Joint pain. It's something that can literally stop us in our tracks. At QC Kinetics, we offer a revolutionary specialized course of treatment perfected over 10 years that can eliminate your pain. Our regenerative therapies actually repair damaged tissue, restoring the joint and eliminating the pain, not masking it with drugs or risky invasive surgery. If you suffer with joint pain, arthritis, age, degeneration, or a sports injury and have been told you need knee, hip, shoulder, or back surgery, QC Kinetics offers revolutionary non-surgical solutions with actual regrowth of your own tissue with no downtime and long-lasting results. Call right now and set up your free examination with one of our highly specialized doctors at one of our 6 leading-edge clinics in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami. Experience VIP medical care at its best. Call right now and see how you can get your first treatment free. Call 800-375-1971. That's 800-375-1971. 800-375-1971.
Hey Florida, want to help the over 20,000 plus children in the state's foster care system? Join All Pro Dad and the No More Foundation at Relevant Church at 6 p.m. on Sunday, May 1st for an event where you can step up to foster, adopt, or learn how you can help families who are doing the incredibly hard but rewarding work of saving young lives. Text ACTION to 97000 to help make a difference today. That's text ACTION to 97000.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Looks like we do have a crash here on the turnpike. That'll be northbound approaching Southern Boulevard, blocking your left lane. Make sure you stay to the right of that. Heavy delays back to Lake Worth Road. Also, keep a lookout for those onlooker delays as you head southbound towards this accident. So expect to tap the brakes on the approach there. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Palm Beach Harley-Davidson.
Are you kidding? No payments until fall at Palm Beach Harley on any new Harley this week. Annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments until fall on any new Harley at Palm Beach Harley now through Sunday.
No payments for 120 days with approved credit.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword Win at realradio921.com. That's win. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Good morning there, friend.
Shut your mouth. What's your problem? What's my problem? Yes, what's your problem? What's my problem?
Sorry, I'm not really a morning person.
Not a morning person.
You're not a morning person.
I am not a morning person.
All right, not a morning person.
Maybe you're in the wrong business.
Maybe you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, you would think so.
But for you, I'll make an exception.
Showtime!
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yes, it's the Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys are getting ready for another big day with us. We always appreciate you tuning in. Are you a morning person? That could be the first question of the day. And if you're not, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with it. Some people are, some people aren't. And you hear that a lot of times at work, like, I didn't have my coffee yet, or don't ask me now. So if you're a morning person, let us know. Give us a call at 877-927-6969 or not. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com 13 times a day to win $1,000. And 11:45, we got tickets to the Gypsies. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning. Greek, Francis, a pleasure to be here with you.
Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Jim. And, of course, it's always a pleasure to see her every day. It is the highlight of all of our days. Good morning, Francis.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Good. The Gypsies, huh?
Is that today's giveaway, 11:45?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Cool.
Was not that wrong?
It's Greek's favorite band.
I thought I was right.
All right.
Tomorrow's Dave Matthews.
Yeah.
And today's the Gypsy Kings.
All right, cool.
Gypsy Kings.
I guess mine isn't updated.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it today? Am I wrong?
No, if you're right, you're probably right. Mine's just not updated.
Jim, do you know?
Because we
what the giveaway is today?
Yeah.
What is it?
Gypsy Kings.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, which are great. Gypsy Kings are awesome.
They're really good.
I've seen them live. They're fantastic. We call them the Gypsies, and I'm just confused. But the other day it was Imagine Dragons. We were talking about Imagine Dragons.
Well,
so.
yeah, but this is an addition.
Is it? Why am I so confused? Are we giving away Imagine Dragons?
No, he's just trying to.
I thought it was the Gypsy Kings today. I could be wrong.
Am I crazy?
No, we have tickets for Imagine Dragons. Are going to be at I Think Financial Amphitheater.
Thank you.
Friday, August 30th.
Oh
thought
my
it was
God.
the Gypsies.
No, I saw that you even put that in our text, and I was like, the Gypsies, huh? Interesting.
I thought it was the Gypsies.
I don't know where you got that from.
I don't know.
I'm refreshing my page, and I'm like, still says Imagine Dragons. Am I crazy? Did they
What happened?
put one over on me? What's happening?
All right, so it's not the Gypsy Kings.
No, it's the Imagine Dragons.
They're coming.
I don't even want to give them away now. It's not the Gypsy Kings.
I mean, I do like the Gypsy Kings. I will say, Bamboleo. I've seen it with my mom. They're great.
I think
But that's not what we're giving away.
No, we're not giving away. I think because last night I was in my office and I have a big picture of the Gypsy Kings. It must have stuck in my head.
Oh, is that it? I don't think I've ever seen a picture of the Gypsy Kings in your office.
No, my office at home.
Oh,
so I think that's where it's stuck in my head.
That
I don't know if I believe that either.
I will take a picture tonight.
Okay.
To prove it to you. I'm going to write it down.
All right,
Because I have a lot to do today. I have to get creamer. I wrote that down, shopping list, and picture.
Wow, you've got so many things going on in your life.
I tell you. I don't know how you keep it all together, bud. Creamer for what?
It's the list, that's how.
I do a list every day.
That's the list. That's how he keeps it together.
Wait, what's the creamer for?
Creamer for my coffee.
Where?
At my house.
You make coffee at home?
Yeah, he's got his Keurig.
Oh, my God. It's a miracle.
No, I've talked about that.
Okay.
It was a big accomplishment. It took about 10 months. But I do. I
He's
have
like, put the pot in.
That's it.
It's
Tell you what, you got to fill that container up with water, too.
That's true. You got to do that.
Don't brush right over that there,
Yep.
Missy.
You're right.
It puts a little light on if the water's low. It blinks. Bing, bing, bing. Your water's low, bitch.
Technology.
Yeah,
it's
unbelievable.
crazy, right?
I love the fact that it says, I need water, bitch.
Yeah, I don't order the coffee thing. Somebody does that for me.
Well, Well, hey, you can't do everything. Jesus Christ. With everything you have on your plate, read that list off again.
All right, today after the show,
Gypsy Kings.
Get creamer.
I have to get creamer. And I have to show a picture of Franny of Gypsy Kings in my office. So
I can't wait to get that text today about 6 o'clock.
I'll send it. I won't even have to bring it. I'll send it. I'm having dinner with a friend around 6:30.
Okay, so that's on the list.
And I'm going to try to squeeze in a manicure, but there's a lot to do today.
I get it, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, you got a tough life.
It's not possible.
I don't think so either. Not enough hours.
And if I can, I'm going to pick up a lemon.
Right.
But
just one lemon?
So no Greek zone today? Is that what you're saying?
No,
just don't have time.
No.
Just don't have time.
We're doing a Greek
zone. What's the lemon for? For your water? Because you like lemon in your water?
Well, hey.
One lemon.
Makes sense.
Just one lemon.
Just one.
When I go to New York Prime, I'll have a 10-ounce steak, and I get one onion ring. Just one.
Okay.
That's it.
I didn't ask, but okay.
Well,
you
should have. You should have asked.
You were thinking about me.
No mushrooms?
No, I can't.
He's not a mushroom eater.
I'm not.
Are you a mushroom eater? You don't like mushrooms, do you?
I love it with, yes, I do.
Oh, you do?
I like mushrooms.
All right, good to know. I wasn't sure.
Sauteed, yep.
A lot of people don't like mushrooms.
Yep.
My husband includes one of them.
Now,
Can't stand them.
What's going to seem a little weird is I prefer the ones you get from a can in the store.
All right, that is a little
fresh
weird.
Ones. A lot of people prefer
Yeah.
that, but I like both. Really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I don't really get to make them that much at home because he just says it's a texture thing for him.
Oh, I love mushrooms.
Oh, yeah.
You don't like mushrooms?
No,
I didn't think so.
Yeah, hold on.
I'll take one for the team. 877-927-6969. If you're not a morning person or you are, let us know. And do people around you know that? Like, say, people you're involved.
Well, famously, we were going to, I think it was either the Derby or Las Vegas, and it was when Johnny C was the host, and we were only on for 2 hours, trying to get 4 hours, trying to be a morning show, and we got to the airport, it's like 5 or 5:30, and I'm just cranky, and I don't know if Greek was loud, whatever it was, I'm just at the airport, you could just tell I'm not awake, and I'm like, I am not a morning person, and Johnny C was like, great, this is the girl we want on our show, and we're trying to get a morning show. I have learned to be a morning person with time. But yeah, I mean, I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
I was bopping around, hungover.
I mean, that actually worked out great for us.
Yes.
Because we had the best time slot. We've always said it. And we've been privileged, and it worked out better. And everybody used to say to me, like, why do you want a morning show? It sucks. You got to get at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it worked out great. So thank you, obviously. Again,
this is your fault.
So welcome.
Or
yes, and now I have a morning
credit.
show. What do you know?
You get the credit.
Yeah, that's years later. Yeah, that's years later.
It is amazing, though. Remember the days when you could do, 2 hours sleep, go to work,
Be
and
fine.
Yeah,
not anymore. I look and I make sure I'm like, all right, I got to get my at least 7 hours. At least. Yeah. But yeah, times are tough.
I don't want to say they're tough.
It sounds like it.
No, well, I got my list, so I do my list every day.
I'm glad you do. So you were talking about going back to your place, G-Man, and I know that you were like, oh, I have some things I can bring up with this list about things that women might have been like, oh, that's kind of odd that he has. So I was on BuzzFeed yesterday, and it reminded me of something I've seen in an apartment, too, and so we can tell our stories, and you tell your stories, too. 47142 started off with Real Radio. This is specifically women finding things in guys' rooms after going home with him, but guys, vice versa. If you have something interesting you saw in a woman's room, play along with us. But yeah, BuzzFeed specifically asked women. And so they're like, all right, it could be something that was like immediately was like, ugh, or something surprisingly wholesome. Maybe it could be a green flag, maybe red flag. So we have a combination of both. So somebody said his whole apartment was so dirty and full of trash, he couldn't even walk through it. But really got to me were the beauty products and makeup lying around in the bathroom. Obviously not used in a long time. They said the amount of dust and dirt on them made me realize they must have been from an ex-girlfriend with whom he broke up with like 2 years ago.
Wow.
Why do you still have it sitting there collecting dust?
Maybe she comes back.
Hoping?
Or maybe he wears makeup at night.
It says it looks like it wasn't touched. So there was dirt and dust collecting all over this makeup that was just sitting there. This one I don't think is too odd because I've seen this. Swords. Two of her exes had real swords on display.
Wow.
You think that? I don't think that's that odd, right?
Especially like samurai swords.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obviously has a lot of culture to
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I had one. I knew a buddy that had one as well. I mean,
you hang them over the mantle or whatever. Yeah, I don't think
it's framed.
Too odd. Another person said everything seemed normal enough, but as soon as I saw a sticker on the side of his computer tower of a cartoon girl in a skimpy swimsuit with giant boobs, I lost all interest.
Really?
Just because of a sticker.
Wow.
Huh.
Yep.
I mean, that could have been something that was just there.
Not to take that off.
I love when he does that.
Now, this one's a turn on for a girl. She said he had a bookshelf full of nonfiction books, organized by topic with one small section, books I haven't read yet. She goes, OMG, my clothes couldn't come off fast enough.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just how organized
I guess,
he was,
and the books itself. Like he was a
Gotcha.
reader, turned her on. This one, he had a hunting knife above his bed. I've made some dumb decisions, but I've what'd she say? By even noped out of there quickly. I don't know what that means. I guess she'd like ditched real quick, but I don't understand why a hunting knife above the bed is a complete turn off.
Maybe she was scared.
Yeah.
Maybe he might be using some kinky stuff.
Having that, on display, or was it just
guess.
there? Like
I don't know.
He could reach it to use if needed.
He was sharpening it.
Yeah. This one, hanging on the wall in his bedroom was a life-size black and white portrait of his gorgeous nude physique of himself. Wow. He worked out daily, ate a special diet, got facials, whitened his teeth, etc. He was extremely proud of his appearance, that he had a picture of his nude physique above his bed.
That's a little weird.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
She didn't say that she left. I probably would have.
Right, yeah.
Can I take the picture? I want to take that. Can I take that with me?
Yep. This person says one of his bedroom walls was completely covered in thousands of random Bible verses. He'd apparently cut out of different Bibles, and some he'd written on little bits of scrap papers. She said they were haphazardly glued, taped, or thumbtacked to the wall. She was like, and nope, it was not artistic, just very odd, she claims.
It was probably, obviously, he's very religious.
Uh-huh. And then this one, he had boxed action figures and cheap collectibles everywhere. He had an entire hallway floor to ceiling and mass-made boxed collectibles. I made a dumb excuse and left his place. I never went back. I know somebody who lives next to me who has a house like that. I'm telling you, like you walk in and it is floor to ceiling collectibles and just everything you can think of. Action figures, aliens, and that's just their jam. That's what they like.
It's his hobby.
Yeah, that's what they like. But
I worked with a dude who was big into the Superman and Spider-Man and that thing, and just everywhere in her house. And talking about it, a grown adult man with kids and wife and everything.
Really?
I mean,
The wife allowed it?
Yeah. Everywhere.
This guy's single, and believe me, I mean, he can get some action. But I think if a woman moved in, she'd be like, "All right, we gotta
cut some.
We gotta change some things around." Yep. So if you have anything that you're like, yeah, I walked in one day. G-Man, what do you think? You said some women thought was odd when they walked into your house.
But there's so many things. I would say it's too clean. A couple of them said to me. They found that, no plates, just one plate and one glass. The kitchen cabinet, it's a nice sized kitchen. There isn't one thing in any of the cabinets. Just one thing of coffee out of a box. They thought that was odd. Amount of clothes. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Something like that. One time I was going out with this girl and she stopped by real quick and I said, all right, let me grab some money. And I opened the humidor that I have cigars in, but I really don't. There was cash in there. She thought that was crazy. She was like, oh my God. Like, that blew her mind. The refrigerator, case of water and a bottle of Vouv champagne. No other anything in there. That's about it. I mean, the cleanness. I think a lot of people are like, "Oh my God,
See, that would be probably a turn on for most women, like that you're tidy."
Neat.
This one's disgusting. I went to a guy's place for the first time. He shared a studio with another guy, and his designated space happened to be in the kitchen. So we sat on his cot facing the stove. That's his room, right?
Wow.
We sat on his cot facing the stove. When he reached over to the microwave, opened it, and pulled out a bowl of what I can only assume was 3-day-old SpaghettiOs. She was like, nastiest thing I've ever seen. And then he proceeds to chow down on it.
Wow.
She said, I couldn't leave fast enough.
Yeah.
This one says a woman's lingerie panties in one of his drawers, which he claimed belonged to his aunt.
It's my aunt. It's not mine.
When she came to stay over once, he was like, I never believed him, but he was still staying with his parents. So part of me wanted to think, all right, maybe laundry got mixed up. But she said, but nope, he was still seeing his ex-girlfriend. So she did find out.
Oh.
Yep.
Makes sense.
The old panties in a drawer.
Yeah. Get you every time. Yeah.
I told you guys I went over to this guy's house one time, and this was a long time ago, early 20s, and he lived by himself and no girlfriend. And I at first was like, a girl must live here because he had a basket and cabinet, because, I was snooping, in his bathroom full of Bath and Body Works and Bath and Body Works. And there was another big one at the time that sold like the sprays and the fruity lotions.
Okay.
And he even had like glitter, like spray and lotion and stuff. And when I asked him about it, he was like, no, it's mine. And lo and behold, I did see him after the fact because I wasn't in, and he had glitter on.
Really?
Look at that.
Wow.
And he didn't go to Monroe's.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was wearing glitter because I didn't see him afterwards. It just didn't work out. But yeah, then I ran into him and I was like, yep, that's his. That's his glitter.
Wow, to have the glitter on and just say, that's mine. What? Is that a problem? Don't you put glitter on when you go out?
Who doesn't?
Come on. Jim, we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have our buddy James checking in with us again. James, thank you again for our lunch yesterday. It was absolutely delicious. I tell you what, boy, that steak sandwich was incredible. Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Franny. How are you doing?
Hey, James. Good. Thank you so much. It was amazing.
I kept my promise. I told you I would bring you a cheesesteak from Baldino's.
You did.
Yeah. Anyhow, I just want to call and see how you guys like the sandwiches. That's all.
Oh, but they were great, James. Thank you so much. Very generous.
So kind of you.
Most people can't get relatives to take them to the airport. That was so nice of you. And we owe you one.
That's true. That's true. No, listen, thank you for enjoying them, and I appreciate the fact that you mentioned me on the air. Thank you.
No,
Absolutely.
you're a class act.
You're the best.
There should be more people in the world like you. Very generous, and thanks for going out of your way. And if you're ever in Boca, look me up, and maybe I could return the favor and buy you a steak at New York Prime.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
All right,
Thanks,
peace.
James.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the weekend, so we got a lot going on. We'll come back with a trifecta, this day in history, and maybe, can your phone maybe tell people how old you are? We'll find out that by Francis and a few more things. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I've never seen this. Has anybody seen this?
We had to watch it in gifted class.
Oh, did you?
It was
Okay,
awful.
it's like something they would put on in school.
So boring. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I did
Do you hear that
watch
Fritz
it then.
flex right there that he took gifted class? We had to watch this in the big penis class.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Looks like we do have a crash here on the turnpike that'll be northbound approaching Southern Boulevard, blocking your left lane. Make sure you stay to the right of that. Heavy delays back to Lake Worth Road. Also, keep a lookout for those onlooker delays as you head southbound towards this accident. So expect to tap the brakes on the approach there. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and spring is here and your backyard beckons. It's a place where you and your family make memories, and Moon Valley Nurseries wants to make it picture perfect. Now is a perfect time to reach out to their nursery pros and get the yard you deserve. You'll be amazed at how enhancing your backyard is like adding square feet to your house. It can increase your livable space that much. Your backyard is where memories are made. Your beautiful space will make each moment with family and friends feel like a celebration. So go to moonvalleynurseries.com/get-growing to schedule your free design consultation today.
The Offspring, live in concert.
That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
The Offspring, performing their most iconic songs for one night only. Hard Rock Live, May 9th. Get tickets now at myhrl.com or Ticketmaster.com. The Offspring, live in concert. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Hollywood.
Hey, it's Franny, and are you ready to turn your used car into cash? Look no further than GimmeTheVin.com. Selling your car has never been simpler. Just fill out their free online form, and within 60 seconds, you'll receive a fair cash offer for your vehicle. At GimmeTheVin.com, they'll beat your CarMax offer or give you a check for $100. And they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So get an instant cash offer for your used car right now at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second 5G internet of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Summer starts early in Florida, which means we get more beach time, more sunshine, and more time to enjoy refreshing, sweet, and juicy Florida watermelon. The best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. There's sunshine in every bite.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we continue to move through our Thursday morning. Getting warm out there, though. Temperatures climbing up into the 80s for us. Highs back in the 90s later today. Above average for this time of year. Staying mostly sunny. Might be a few degrees hotter tomorrow. A few showers could return forth later in the day Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hey, DQ fans, cool off with their new summer blizzard treat menu. Try new picnic peach cobbler or snag a perfect beach treat like their new peanut butter cookie dough party. The new summer blizzard treat menu is one you won't want to miss. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Deep Cuts. Featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Greeks Trifecta, sponsored by Pep Capital. It's sports. It's what's going on. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeartRadio station. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Don't forget, you get 13 chances a day to win $1,000. Who doesn't want $1,000? Raise your hand if you don't want it, because we will take it. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what is up?
And it's time for this day in history and a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greeks Trifecta.
All right, the Knicks were getting beat last night. Bad. 75-63 in the third quarter, down by 10. But Bronson came back from being injured, and the Knicks ended up winning 130-121. It was an unbelievable night at the Garden. I had a couple of friends out there sending me pictures and videos. The fans of New York, do not forget Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller was the TNT announcer, and they were yelling, blank Reggie Miller. As loud as could be, you could hear it watching the game. It was crazy. I did pick the Pacers yesterday. I wanted them to cover and wanted them to win. Tough game, tough loss. Even for me, it was not a great night with them having a big lead, but they lost. But the Knicks are tough at the Garden. When Bronson came in, he scored 25, I believe, or 24 in the second half, and the Pacers did not have any chance in the second half. Also, their coach bitched and moaned about it. He says there's favoritism for big market teams. I don't believe that, but they have 78 calls in 2 games that they were going to send to the New York office of the NBA to show them 78 calls that they missed. They claim in the first 2 games. We'll see what happens with that. I don't think much, to be honest with you, but the Knicks are up 2-0. Charles Barkley also was on last night saying that he doesn't care who wins, but he hopes the Celtics smack the Knicks in the next round if that's what turns out.
But I don't care who wins.
Yeah.
I love Barkley. He's like, I don't care who wins.
Sounds about right.
He goes, but, I hope the Celtics smack the Knicks next time. Panthers won last night on Real Radio, baby. Losing 1-0 at the end of 1, and Panther fans, I was around a lot of them, were not happy and were like, oh my God, but then the Panthers came back.
Oh, yeah, big time. I saw one of my buddies he's a Bruins fan, and he was smack talking in the beginning and then got real quiet towards the end.
Looks like the exact opposite from Monday's game.
Yeah, it was.
Right? You know, I mean, a lopsided victory at the end there and everything. 6-1, I believe, was the final.
Yeah, same way too, Jimmy. You're right, because the Panthers scored first.
Right.
And then they scored 5. And then last night, Boston scored first, and then they scored 6. It was crazy. Good couple big fights, if you like fights. That was going on. But the crowd was going crazy. The Panthers won. So it was a game they had to win. I mean, to be alive in the series. The best of 7, you can't go down 2 on your own ice. That's very difficult. So we're going to see what happens. I believe Game 3 is Saturday that the Panthers are taking on the Brewers.
You can catch the coverage of that right here on Real Radio 92.1 starting at 6 p.m. with pregame. 6:30 puck drop.
So we need one in Boston. The Yankees, believe it or not, it's pretty simple. Rinse and repeat. They beat the Astros again. It's not getting old. Ha ha. They won 9-4. Judge hit a home run. Stanton hit a home run that ended up in Prime 112's kitchen. I mean, it was a monster. I don't know if you saw it, Jimmy, on the highlights.
No, I didn't.
Oh, my God. You got to check this out. It was huge. And Soto hit a home run, too. So the Yankees are playing a lot better. They're in second place behind the Orioles, having a good start so far. I believe they're 25-13, I think, around there. But they're having a good start so far, and they beat the Astros again for the 6th time in a row. They're playing at 5 o'clock today. What do? We bet the Yanks again. Screw Houston. Bah. And that is your Greeks trifecta, always sponsored by Pep Capital. Over to Jimmy for this day in history.
On this day in history.
All right, kids. Well, pull up a chair, and we're going to go over a little bit of history here, and we're going to start 270 years ago in 1754. Benjamin Franklin published America's first political cartoon. It was titled Join or Die and showed a snake chopped into pieces to motivate the early colonies to unite and join the fight between the French and Indian War. 110 years ago today, 1914, Woodrow Wilson established the very first Mother's Day.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that.
64 years ago today, 1960, the FDA approved the use of the birth control pill for the very first time. I think the United States was the first country to do so as well. 53 years ago today, in 1971, All in the Family won Outstanding New Series and Outstanding Comedy at the 23rd Primetime Emmys. Jean Stapleton also won Outstanding Actress for, of course, playing Edith Bunker.
Did that show work today?
Yeah. Well, 44 years ago today, in 1980, the horror film classic Friday the 13th was released in theaters, and its huge success obviously led to a very popular franchise. 34 years ago today, in 1990, Sinead O'Connor refused to perform on Saturday Night Live. Why? Because the host was Andrew Dice Clay.
I didn't realize.
Finally, 19 years ago today, that was before, and then I think it was like 14 years later.
Did he get banned?
She finally did go on. And
she did.
I know she got banned from SNL, but didn't something happen where he wasn't allowed on SNL? No.
It's
Am I making this
possible.
up? Okay.
I don't remember with Clay, but it was like I want to say 14 years later is when she did finally go back and,
that long,
hosted it. I think it was that long, and then that's of course the famous one where she ripped up the Pope's picture,
and then they kicked her off.
Maybe it wasn't 14. I don't remember how long after that it was, but anyway, it was sometime after that. And then finally, we're going to finish here. At 19 years ago, in 2005, Renee Zellweger and Kenny Chesney were secretly married.
Forgot about that.
She told him, "You had me at when the sun goes down." Sadly, she filed for an annulment 4 months later, citing fraud. Of all things. And
interesting.
And that's what happened on May 9th in our history.
Fraud? What would be fraud in a marriage? Crazy. 4 months they lasted. Not bad. I guess
it's a good run.
We
had a good run.
When do you give back the gifts if you get married? Would you say within the first 6 months? Or you don't even give them back if it blew up in 6 months? Probably not. I was at a wedding. I told you they
I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird one.
Yeah,
would people give them back?
I would think you would have to. I mean, I would. But there was a wedding I was at. My buddy and the girl, they crashed after like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And they never gave it back.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not really something you usually think about. You think, well, what happened? I mean, it's only a couple of weeks.
Emily Post. I wonder what the proper etiquette is on that.
That is. Yeah, or normally if you hear something like of an annulment, it's, when you get married, in Vegas or something on a whim because you've had maybe a couple too many drinks.
That's a lot of drinks. When you hear stories, people say they got up in the morning, they were married, they didn't realize it. I mean, like, man, how banged up are you that you are? You don't realize it, or I guess it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't.
Well, like fraud. So you said, like, how can you divorce and say that? There's Jenna Jameson. You know who she is, right?
Sure.
She was married to, she still is. Her name is Jessie Lawless, a female. And I didn't even realize she got remarried. I had no idea she did. So her wife, Jenna Jameson's wife, did file, they said, for an annulment after less than 1 year of marriage. And it was the same thing. It was because of what she claims was fraud. Jenna Jameson, told her that she was going to get her drinking under control and all this stuff that she promised her, and it didn't happen. So that's what she was claiming, that she married into somebody or something that she thought was supposed to be one way and then ended up being a different person.
In that particular, it's probably
that one, yes.
A legal term.
Yes.
A legal way of classifying it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I never knew that. Well, thank you.
Yes, no problem.
877-927-6969. If you ever got divorced for fraud, call us.
Yeah, I want to know. We want to know why. We have.
What is Jenna up to these days, by the way?
I have no idea. I don't know if she's still in the porn industry or not.
Looking. She did porn? I didn't know.
Yes.
She learned something. James. I'll have to look that.
What's one J? I think she spelled that one J.
Probably two.
She worked out
with the first name.
Bloomingdale's.
True. 47142 started off with Real Radio. It starts with turn off. I met this girl and we went out for a date. Later that night, we went to her house. There was a train set in an adjacent bedroom. She said it belonged to her ex. And when he moved out, he left it there. She said he used to call it he used to call her his little caboose. Then she said, well, I'll let you figure out why. I thought that was way too much information for a first date. It ended up being the last. All right, interesting.
For one comment.
I guess, yeah.
You can't really like somebody for, you know what I mean?
Because he used to call her his little caboose. Yeah.
Maybe she had a great ass?
I guess they took it a different way. I don't know.
You don't want to know the way I'm taking it.
I know, and I'm guessing that's the way they took it too. I don't know. So, G-Man, yeah, you said, how can we tell somebody's age by texting? I don't know, but this is according to some TikTokers and millennials, and sending text or Googling something on your phone is probably something you do without really thinking about it, but others may be silently taking note or judging you. By the way, don't be watching me while I'm texting. Get out of my bubble. But yeah, while we may not pay much attention to the way we type on our phones, it could be revealing on how old you are, or at least which generation you belong to, okay? So they say they break down the different ways people type on their phone at different ages. So he claims that swipe to text group is mostly millennials. I do not know that. I know we have the option to do the swipe to get to the different letters. I've never utilized it.
Swipe to text?
So you can, it's almost like using like your mouse, like this, what am I trying to say? Like you just go on, when you hold down a letter, you can swipe to your next letter.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know that existed.
It's an option. I don't utilize that option.
Is that an Apple thing, or
Maybe.
is that on Android as well?
Maybe it's just iPhone. I don't know. Let us know if it's on both phones. I haven't, maybe it's easier that way. I don't know. I'm just accustomed to using the other way. Yeah. And now I have to see how I type. I guess, what do I do? I use my thumbs. Yeah. All right. So they say that. They say those who can type fast and accurately with one hand or really just one thumb are preteen to age 25.
You can do it with Android.
Yeah, you can? Mm-hmm. You tried it?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, they say the really fast typers that use one hand, those are preteen to 25.
I can see that.
I can see that too. People who type quickly with both thumbs are also in that age bracket, but he says people type like this through like that age bracket, that preteen, up until their mid-30s. According to him, people continue to use their thumbs, but with declining speed until they're in their 50s, and then they add their index finger unnecessarily. Yeah, I'm not in my 50s, but I am declining in my speed. I will say that. He also explains that after about age 65, people start just tapping each key individually with their index finger.
Right.
Yeah, I guess.
But that's a snapshot of how it is today. I mean, I don't know. Like if somebody right now that's in their 30s and they use both thumbs, I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily going to change in 30 years when they turn 65.
Well, that's what I'm saying for millennials.
That's what they grew up on. That's the way they do it. I've always been jealous of it because I see the way people type
so fast.
with two thumbs, you know, and I'm the index finger. But that's just the way I typed on a phone from day one. I mean, that's just the way we did it.
And that's why I was shocked with the millennials swiping. And I'm at the very end of the millennials. Like I'm at the I barely made it to be a millennial, but yeah, that's why I was interested, or I found it interesting that they swiped to text because we learned how to type with the two thumbs, but now they have taken that on. And then they also say here that he says it's impressive when people hold their phone landscape to type, but calls out anyone who types with an index finger on one hand and thumb on the other, which he says just feels wrong, which I guess I can see that, to do one with the thumb. But who does it landscape? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anybody text landscape style. And my phone doesn't even switch over.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So that is impressive if you can do that. Unless there's a way.
I think mine does.
Does it?
I think. When you turn it, I think it just
I know. I'm
automatically-
turning. It should automatically, but
Yeah.
mine's not.
In some cases, but not in text. At least mine isn't.
Yeah, like if you're watching
Like
a YouTube
right now.
video and you turn it, it'll
Sure.
turn a landscape.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about via text. I don't know if it does.
I think mine does.
Oh,
I don't have one, but I think it does.
Maybe it's a setting.
maybe.
Maybe. Like people will know when they text me and I text something back that it's not me. They'll be like, "You're not texting. Somebody's texting for you."
Yeah, because normally you're just like
you can
K.
understand it.
Yeah,
that too.
of course. I'm like, okay.
You just put K.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Somebody the other night is like, "Greek, really? This isn't you."
I'm glad I gave you like 2 paragraphs and all I get back is a K. Thanks. But yeah, if you have different ways that you could tell, and some of these do make sense. Like I think the tapping the key individually with an index finger, I
Yeah.
can see that happening. But you just never know. My mom is going to be 70 in a couple of weeks, and that woman, she uses both thumbs and she uses more emojis than I do. So you wouldn't be able to tell that she was going to be in her 70s.
Yeah, I think like everything, it's just, there's always exceptions. There's always different things. I think for kids growing up, it was more their life than, other age groups, obviously. But yeah, but when you see somebody do it really quick, it seems a little like, wow. Like I was at the dinner with somebody the other night and I was like, oh my God, like, quick, like really quick.
And there's a point, right, where you look and you're like, because sometimes you hit the wrong letter. And then in my head, I'm going, do I have to make my text bigger? Like, I don't want to. I don't want to be that person because it makes you feel old. Because I do. I have friends, and of course they put on their reader, and their font is so big, and I laugh at it, and I'm like, oh my God, that's gonna be me soon. Because I do. I'm like, do I have to?
I can only see 3 letters at a time because the font has to be so big.
Like I have a girlfriend, I can read her text messages from across the room. Her font is so big.
Wow.
It's funny,
And it happens a lot of times too when you go out to dinner with people. Like they'll use their phone for the light, they can't see the menu, or they'll put on their glasses, and they'll be like, I can't see it. But
it happens. It happens with age. Jimmy, somebody wants to give you a heads up if you have not seen this yet. They said, Jimmy, look up Pirates of the Caribbean with Jenna Jameson.
Oh, all
it says
right.
you're welcome.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. I
Yes.
appreciate that.
There you
Whoever wrote
go.
that. Was that you or?
I don't know. It's not signed, but they said you're welcome.
management.
Yeah.
877-927-6969. They want to thank you for all your hard work. Look up Pirates of the Caribbean with, what was it, Jameson? Give us a call, 877-927-6969. Maybe you went to somebody's apartment. It could be male or female or house and found something that you thought was a little different or odd or a surprise. Could be good. Could be bad. No matter what it is, let us know. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142, or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. People are still talking about the Tom Brady roast all over the place. Nikki Glaser really is just getting so much. She was on Jimmy Kimmel the other night. I don't know if that was planned or it was part of, her getting so much recognized from everybody.
She's not apologizing either,
No.
she said. She was just she's like, I'm not apologizing for my jokes. She did mention that if Giselle happens to one day, like they run into each other, that, she will apologize.
She said.
But that's about it.
But that's apologizing to me. Like, if you're going to run into the person and you're going to say, I'm sorry, then obviously you think you went too far. If she said, because she says, it was fair game, but she says she's going to run into the person, that doesn't make sense to me.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, if you're going to go back on that, I'd like to hear the context around that.
She said,
to fully understand.
yeah. So when she was obviously catching some heat for what happened with the roast, and she made a few jokes about his divorce. And we all know that Giselle wasn't happy about it, but she joked that Tom must have felt dumb, suggesting that his wife try out for jujitsu. Yep. That was one of the jokes. But Nikki says she stands by her jokes, but at the same time, she hopes the supermodel can forgive her at some point.
Yeah. And
she said if it comes to a head, she's even willing to apologize if they ever run into each other face to face.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a little 50-50.
But I think that's what she's trying to make her understand. Like, that these are jokes.
Yes.
Yeah,
and it's a
also-
roast.
Yes.
And that's what you do at a roast.
Yes, and unfortunately, yes. I mean, she happens to she's not there to deal with it, but I mean, she's a big part of his life.
Yeah, and she didn't sign up for it. I mean,
No.
I do see a little bit of that. She did. Tom did sign up for it. He said it's okay. And she didn't. And I get it. But I mean, come on, they're jokes.
Yeah.
Well, again, like you said, there's always two sides. If you're the brunt of the joke, a lot of people don't like it. And I think also she may feel or some people may look at it like she cheated on him, and she's very strong with that. Like, I didn't have an affair, I didn't cheat, the marriage didn't work out, yada, yada. So who the hell knows? And then people are asking, how much do you think he got paid for it? How much do you think Netflix paid him for that? $5 million? $3 million?
You know the number?
No, I don't. No, people are questioning it. It was up on Kelsey, brought it up yesterday on their podcast. People have been talking about it.
How much do people normally get paid for roast? I don't know.
I have no clue. I don't know. I'm going to guess between $3 and $5 million. I'm going to guess. That's what I'm guessing. But who knows? Nobody knows. They're just talking. They're speculating. And a lot of people said they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't be able to take the scrutiny, the jokes about their personal life. It's like, politicians, why there's some politicians don't want to get involved anymore with things because everybody comes out. But yeah, I mean, it's a joke, but a lot of the stuff is true. I mean, and that's the one thing that you got to realize when they hit you, that it is some of the stuff. They did say Belichick and Kraft had some weird moments backstage. Edelman said that yesterday with Bledsoe on a podcast. They said it was a little uncomfortable for those two. They look good outside, but they said behind the scenes they were not good at all. With each other. So maybe there is still some bad blood with them. Jimmy, how much do you think Brady got paid for that Netflix? Ballpark.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't. I've never heard of the person getting roasted getting paid for it.
Yeah, I haven't either, but that's what they're speculating.
I don't either.
I'm guessing $3 million. I'm guessing. That's a guess.
And I know that was like you said, brought up in the Kelsey's podcast, but they weren't even. Who was it? It was I think Jason. Right? That was saying that he doesn't understand why people do roasts. He was like, I don't get it. He was like, I don't understand why it's a thing. He's like, haha, yeah, my family's ruined. It's so funny. Everyone's laughing. So
yeah, I mean, everybody, like we talk about, everybody takes things differently.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah,
that's just
absolutely.
life.
I mean, even the Washington Post called it cruel and misogynistic and not very funny.
Yeah.
But that's a
There's
roast.
a shocker.
Yeah.
But that's a roast.
But everything out there, you're going to have two sides. You know what I mean? I mean, Kelsey, his comments, I did hear about him last night, and, it's, like when he said about the family being ruined, and, that hits home with a lot of people. Like, you don't make fun of that. So you're not going to please everybody. I know a lot of people were happy. They thought it was good, and, I'm sure Brady thought it was good. And he had to know where it was coming.
Yeah, you're not signing up for that unless you know.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about it that he had to know what was coming. Could he have stopped some stuff? Maybe, but I think it would have taken away from what it was. And I don't know if many of the comedians would have wanted to jump on if there was like, this is all you could do. So we'll see, what happens. But I think for Nikki Glaser, she definitely did very well. I have a couple of friends asking, man, when is she going to be in the area again? And I think it's next. One of my buddies said it's 2 years from now in Fort Lauderdale, like October 10/25.
Wow.
That's what he was telling me. He said, oh, man, I want to get tickets now.
Really?
Yeah.
She already has her tour from that far out.
That's what he told me.
All right.
Yeah. Unless it's 24 this October. He told me 10/25.
Well, yeah, you can check out her website. It shows her upcoming shows. Let's see. Is she coming to Florida? Fort Lauderdale, October of this year.
Oh, it is?
Yep,
Okay.
October 25th.
Okay.
Broward Center for Performing Arts.
Yeah.
Which is actually a cool spot. That's where I saw Whitney Cummings. It's a cool spot to watch a show.
So
Cool.
I think for her it's been great, obviously.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of people.
She's on tour now. I mean,
Yeah.
she's all over the country. She's got dates from May on, and so I bet you she's going to do really well.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
bet you her tickets will sell out. And she was already popular enough, but this actually, put her a little bit more in the spotlight at the time. Yeah.
I mean, she did Howard Stern Monday, Jimmy Kimmel Tuesday. I mean, that's huge. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. Always a lot coming at you guys. And don't forget, 13 times a day, a chance to win $1,000 with the keyword. We need a winner. We're in a little bit of a drought, so come on. Pick it up a little and get $1,000. We want to be able to brag. Franny, we have some Florida stories. What is next?
What's in the hopper? You didn't ask me that.
I don't want to do it every time.
We have a Florida man who went all Mike Tyson like he did on Evander Holyfield. I'll let you know about that.
Uh-oh.
And another one that was very
Can't hear you.
another Florida man that was very destructive. He even did something to his girlfriend's fish.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Why did a Florida dad get mad at an Uber driver? Did it make sense? Probably not, because it is Florida stories. I have those stories coming your way and more in your, what am I doing? In your What the Florida on Real Radio 92.1.
What are we doing?
We're everywhere you need to be.
I've been everywhere, man.
Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey,
it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe it. Woo!
Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The Grand in Your Hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new, fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal. Because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
In West Palm Beach, we do have a crash on the Turnpike northbound approaching Southern Boulevard. That'll be blocking your left lane. Stay to the right of that. Delays back to Lake Worth Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Primatene Mist. During an asthma attack, every second feels like an eternity. Primatene Mist works fast. It's clinically shown to open airways quickly, providing quick relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where beautiful ladies are there 7 days a week, and Friday nights is Fetish Fridays. 5-star menu and beautiful ladies, and if you like UFC, you can always catch a big fight at Monroe's at Palm Beach. And their feature tournament is coming up Memorial Day weekend, so make sure you make your plans now to see the beautiful ladies perform at the highest level. It's Monroe's at Palm Beach, beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Peace!
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had leaf filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yippee-yi-yay, baby. What is happening on a Thursday? The sun is working today, by the way, all day, and it's supposed to be hot this weekend. So they're talking 90s and change. So make sure you get a lot of lap dances. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
And Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
Florida stories. What's in the hopper?
All right.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Yes, it has been a crazy couple days here in the Sunshine State, and we're going to start with a Florida deputy who is recovering after being attacked by a drugged-out volunteer at the Vortex Springs Soul Fest. James Anderson decided to bite a chunk out of the deputy's head while attempting to grab the officer's gun during the incident. Of course, trying to go after a gun and mowing down on dude's ear, the deputy prompted him to tase Anderson before several other deputies were able to restrain him. As the investigation continued, it revealed that, shocker, Anderson was under the influence of a cocktail of illicit substances, including PCP, LSD, ketamine, mushrooms, and ecstasy.
That was all in the one cocktail?
At the time, they call it a cocktail of drugs. He was on all of those things.
Oh, my God.
It wasn't like in a cocktail.
Wow. What bar is that?
How'd you get that down?
Is that on ice?
Yeah, he was on all.
Yeah, neat or dirty.
He was on all of those drugs.
Yeesh.
Yeah, this guy was a volunteer at the festival. This led to his arrest while the injured deputy was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He has been charged with aggravated battery of a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest with violence. Then a Cape Coral man, and his mugshot is fun. He's got tattoos on his face, and he's got a tattoo on his, that goes up his mouth to make him look like the Joker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Cape Coral man has been arrested after he broke into his ex's home. And now this guy's name is Brett Dahl, and he's
a doll.
He is not a doll when you hear what he did. So police responded on the scene at the house. Victim told officers that she was sleeping, and it was around 2:30 in the morning when her ex-boyfriend, Dahl, they said her former of over 6 months, right, broke into her home. So it's been a while since they broke up, broke into her home through her back window. She said he threw a picture frame at her and demanded she tell him where to find his gun. So according to the arrest reports, the woman said she was confused and tried to get Dahl to leave. He refused and pushed her into the closet door. He then began to damage everything in sight on the kitchen counter and took her fish tank with her betta fish in it and slammed it on the ground.
Oh, it's miserable.
Breaking it. And then he flushed her fish down the toilet, her pet fish Bean.
That's just mean.
That is just mean. The mean that he flushed Bean down the toilet.
That's terrible.
Yeah. That's really sad.
It
yeah.
is.
On his way out of the house, this fit of rage continued. He swiped the woman's iPhone and smashed it, they said.
This guy was pissed.
And smashed the front left headlight out also, and a window of her vehicle.
2 weeks from now, they'll be back.
He left the scene. They've been broken up for 6 months. He left the scene in a friend's vehicle. The victim, of course, ran to her brother's home, called 911 because he smashed her phone. She couldn't. Later in the day, Cape Coral saw him get into a friend's vehicle, and they were able to pull him over and arrest him. They said charges of grand theft, burglary, property damage, criminal mischief, and obstructing justice. Nothing on there about any charges about that pet fish. And then...
That was Bean, right?
Bean, yeah, Bean, the
That
betta
sucks.
fish.
He might have lived. You never know.
Well, I mean, you got flushed down the toilet. Maybe survived it.
Yeah.
I never know. Now living in the sewer with the alligators.
Yeah.
He is, hanging out. And he's going to grow and he's going to be a mutant.
Yeah, Ninja Turtles down there.
Yes.
They're hanging out eating pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just
That's what you got to think about, right? When you want to be positive about it.
Maybe he got his own shell, too. Fits right in, gets one of those masks. Pretty cool. What color would he be?
I mean, betta fish, like they're known as Japanese fighting fish, so he would be like perfect to fit in with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Splinter.
Probably got like a samurai sword and everything of his own.
It's all on iPhone.
And then a father...
The iPhone's broke.
A Florida father named Sean Hollenbeck was taken to jail and now faces charges of false imprisonment. So on May 4th, shortly before 11 p.m., an Uber driver arrived at his home to drop off his daughter. The Uber driver was dropping off his daughter. Well, the young female was still in the vehicle when she saw her father run up to the driver with an AR-15 in hand and force him to the ground. She recalled him like she was saying he was acting crazy as he's waving the gun around and yelling at the dude. Deputies said that he pointed the gun in the driver's face and screamed at him to get out of the car as his daughter went inside the house. The report stated that the daughter had friends over at the home who also witnessed the incident. So he forced the driver to show his driver's license before taking pictures of him and then letting him go. According to the report, he admitted to his actions and said he was afraid for his daughter's safety. So I think he just thought it was just some random dude taking her home, and it was an Uber driver.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
We talked about this morning, Jimmy and I. Crazy stuff that's happening.
Yeah, so he
With
was...
delivery. It's sad.
He was booked into the Santa Rosa County jail. But, yeah, they said it's absolutely crazy that what happened because, like, the daughter should have been like, hey, this is just my Uber driver.
Yeah, what are you doing, Dad?
Yeah, so I don't even know how it even got to that. And then, as I mentioned, it was busy in Florida. One more gross thing that happened: a convicted felon. I mean, one of the things that happened in this story, who was recently caught on camera hurling racial slurs and spewing all kinds of profanity at a deputy after allegedly spitting, which I think is so disgusting, on a Walmart clerk. Has clearly not learned to manage his anger, according to Flagler County Sheriffs, because they know him. A deputy was called to Palm Coast Walmart around 6:45 to investigate. The deputy said he spoke with the employee there who said she was involved in an altercation. The dude later identified as Channing Cook when he tried to return an item without a receipt. The employee told the investigator that he lunged at her and repeatedly spat on her face while yelling at her, "I have a cold," and then spitting on her.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
So disgusting.
It is.
Investigators used the agency's real-time crime center to track his vehicle. They found him at a CVS. Deputies say that Cook told them that the Walmart situation was a misunderstanding and that he inadvertently sneezed on the victim while talking with her about exchanging baby formula. Well, after looking at surveillance video from the Walmart, deputies, they're like, that's enough for arrest. Didn't look like a sneeze. During the drive to jail, cameras captured him shouting profanity and racial slurs at the deputy. But after arriving, authorities say he did apologize.
Oh, well, that's good.
And that is your with the Florida. What a roller coaster.
Hopefully you can hear the eye roll when I say that.
Yeah. And that is your with the Florida.
Thank you, Franny. Great job as always. We do it twice a show. 11:05 and 1:05. Florida stories. You give them to us, and we give them right back to you.
Guys want to play a little game?
Yeah, I
All
love
right.
games.
I have somebody posted this, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but somebody had put up 3 songs that were done in the form of, as Greek likes to say, mariachi band,
Okay.
mariachi style,
I love a mariachi.
and I want to see if you can guess what the songs are.
Okay.
Because they're regular songs. The first one I think you'll get pretty easy. So I try to put them in order that the last one will be the hardest. There's only 3.
Okay.
But see if you can guess what song this is.
Oh, Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Yeah. All right. Ding, 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 ding. Not bad, though, huh?
Great job, Franny. Is that the Jack Daniels band?
Yes. The
Jack Daniels band. Yes.
Close to
The
Charlie.
Jack Daniels
All right,
whiskey
now,
band.
I think you'll get this one too.
Oh, Hotel California.
Yeah, nice. All right.
I'm on Franny's team.
Me and you, we're against each other.
Oh, we are? I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were teammates.
No,
So I didn't want to say anything.
All right.
Just letting you get
Oh,
'em.
is that it?
Now, it's pretty neat though how these songs
Yeah.
are done, right, in that style.
They're great.
Now, how about this one? See if you can get this one. All right, last one we have.
Salt and Pepper, What a Man.
That's it.
Oh, I know this song. Oh, my God, it's right there.
I know you know.
Oh, damn it.
You'll both know it. But definitely harder than the first 2.
Oh, man, that's right there. Anything with Herb Albert?
Gosh, darn it.
No.
Yeah.
Do it again.
All right, here you go. Ole!
Oh, the Paya is giving it
Yeah. I thought that might be a giveaway.
Oh, God. Why don't I know this?
You know it. I know you know it.
Can you give us a hint without giving it away?
Probably not.
Okay.
Son of a gun.
What decade? How about that?
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure. 80s? I think it's
Are they
80s.
all, they're all classic rock kind of
I
songs?
think so.
Well,
Yeah.
Devil Went Down to Georgia is not
yeah.
really.
Yeah.
All right, give it to us one more time. Slow and easy.
It is slow enough. I know it, but I don't.
And I apologize. The release date on this song, the real one,
Yeah.
it was in 1969. That's
Oh,
how,
wow.
that's how
This is a
bad
remake.
I am. Yeah.
Oh, this is a remake.
This is like real classic. Oh, man. I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I'm not getting it.
Does this help?
No, it does not.
I'm playing a guitar.
Not.
Not a flute.
Space Oddity.
I never would have gotten that.
It's very relaxing.
Yeah, it's a nice one, isn't it?
Yeah, I can see myself on a hammock. Halle Berry feeding me grapes.
Yeah, well, and it has nothing to do with the song.
Yeah, I never would have gotten there.
This is the real one.
Yeah. God, this song is from 1969.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that old.
That's how long Bowie was around for? Wow.
I was off by 2 decades. It's in the 80s.
Jeez, though.
It's close.
I told you it's very easy to hire a mariachi band. We got one for my buddy Tony's birthday.
Okay.
A couple months ago, and last minute.
Oh, I thought this. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I know. I would
But
not
see-
never have gotten there with that though.
That's the part I think that it's so known for that lyric.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
In the beginning of that song, that you don't think of it as much with the, but with Devil Down goes down to Georgia, the violin gives it away right away, and of course Hotel California has that very distinctive beat to it. So a little bit easier. I thought that third one might be a little bit of a trick.
It was tricky.
Yeah. So it might have been a 0% chance of figuring that song out. That apparently was how it worked here. I saw another list here too. What is something that has a 0% chance of happening? They posted on Reddit, and there was a couple of pretty funny replies on there, and I thought maybe we could add to this list as well. What is something that has 0% chance of happening within the next 50 years? Somebody wrote George R.R. Martin releasing The Winds of Winter. I guess he's been teasing that for some time.
Okay.
That makes sense if you think about it. Someone also said, you guys will like this one, Leonardo DiCaprio dating someone before 2000, born before 2000.
Yeah, they're right.
Yeah, it's another one that's out there. And a lot of these are jokes, and we can add our own jokes. They don't have to be serious. A lot of people put world peace, which that's a pretty much no-brainer that somebody would write that. One person took it a little bit seriously, saying humans living underwater. Because obviously it's a very it's hard to create a
one dude lived
atmosphere.
underwater.
Yeah, but even that was what, short period of time, right? It was an experiment,
wasn't it? I felt it was like a year.
Yeah.
How long? I mean, it wasn't, but I know short period of time, but still. Yeah. Long enough, and that guy, and he claims that maybe it was 100 days. I can't remember, but
he grew.
He claims that he
got taller.
No, that he got younger.
Oh, I thought he said he got taller. I could be mistaken, obviously.
I think he shrunk.
Actually, I believe you're both right.
Yeah, was it both?
I thought there was something about it changed the DNA.
Yes,
which kind of gave the idea that it might have reduced age. There might be something to go in with that, but I thought there was something that he got
taller
because of the pressure or something.
No, because I think he got shorter because I know space you get taller.
Is that it? Okay.
And on the water, because of pressure, he shrunk.
Right. Okay.
So it was different. That's what I believe, because I know they claim that astronauts, that their height increases by a certain, so I think it was different, him being underwater. I think he shrunk, but he does claim that with his DNA or genetics, something, he got younger.
Right, that's it. So, but anyway, but that was one guy. He was doing an experiment.
Yes.
I think this was saying that humans would, living underwater, like as all of us,
like
right?
water
or
world.
that type of thing, right?
Tom Brady and Giselle won't get back.
There you go. And that's a pretty good indicator. That's a 0% chance of that happening. Curing all genetic diseases. Yes, all. That's a pretty tall order. Teleportation. Somebody wrote that down.
Can that happen, please?
Oh, boy, wouldn't it be great?
That'd be so awesome.
Pretty much a 0% chance of that happening. And then now I'll say this one, but we can all add in a whole bunch of our own. The Toronto Maple Leafs winning the Stanley Cup, somebody put, and then you could put put your insert your team name here. Someone else wrote the Cleveland Guardians, winning a World Series. This is another joke. Getting a 3-party system that actually matters in the U.S. I didn't even see too many in politics, and I thought there would be a lot of political stuff on there. Somewhat close to that, though, is Karens ceasing to exist. This is a list of things that are 0% chance of ever happening yet. There's always going to be Karens out there. And then the last one I have on here from their list was my stove, microwave, and wall clocks all showing the same time.
So Kim Kardashian will meet one more guy and live happily ever after.
Yeah, and he won't be a basketball player
or a football player.
or a football player.
Or a baseball.
Actually, there was one more I thought was pretty funny. Some guy wrote, losing my virginity because I never lose.
That's funny.
What is something that has a 0% chance of ever happening in the next 50 years? 47142 is the text line. Start off that text with Real Radio. Franny's nice enough to monitor that all day long. Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address.
Let's see here. Oh, speaking of, somebody wants a little help. Good morning, Franny, Greek, and Jimmy. Hope all are doing well. I missed the 11 o'clock keyword. Can you please give it to me?
All right. Well,
we can do that, right?
Sure. It's money, MONEY. Go to realradio921.com. A little window will pop right up for you, and you can enter that keyword, and you'll be in the running for $1,000. Got a little over a half hour to do that. So go ahead. Go get that in there and go win you $1,000.
All right. And then we have something that will not happen in the next 50 years. Greek giving the commencement speech at a college graduation ceremony.
I wouldn't bet against that.
All right, don't bet against him.
You never know.
Don't bet against him.
I got a lot of pull.
There you go.
It'll be a short speech, but a speech. Congratulations. Go
Peace.
Peace.
Nice.
Where's my check? 877-927-6969. You could add to this list something that will not happen in the next 50 years. And also, if you went to somebody's house, was there something that you found to be totally unusual or different? Could be good, could be bad. You could be surprised. Let us know on those two things or anything else you want to bring to the table. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Belichick and Robert Kraft having Thanksgiving together.
They are?
I don't think
So then what happened in 50 years?
0% chance of that happening in the next 50 years.
I just don't see that happening. Dolphins winning the Super Bowl? I don't know.
I think it could happen.
Yeah, that's plausible.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but plausible.
Yeah, if you guys have anything you want to bring up to the table on this category or the other one I gave you, or if you guys want to just jump in, let us know. You can call us, text us, or you can email Jimmy at any of them. There's so many you could think of that you just be like, man, that's
Well, the sports teams, right?
Yeah, sport.
You know.
But if just in life, things that are not going to happen. There'll never be no tolls on the roads. There'll always be tolls on the roads. That's not going to happen. We're going to be like, no tolls. You know what? We're going to you get a gift card, and it seemed like it's free. You could do something like that. Or you can get Monroe dollars, stuff like that. And you walk in, you're like, all right, I got it for free. Yeah, let us know. Vegas will lose money. Well, there's one. That's not going to happen.
Just in general?
Yeah. The casinos will lose
ain't
money.
happen.
That ain't happening. Believe me when I tell you. That is not happening at all. Yeah, if you guys have any you like to add, let us know.
So the Yankees not winning a World Series, somebody put on here at 47142. That's a way to participate on the text line.
Yeah, you guys can say anything you want, any category you want. Let us know. Text us at Real Radio 47142 or email us, Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Something that we often say in betting is a team is due. But from the betting standpoint, I'm going to set that aside and go, the Yankees are due for a championship. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't bet on it, but boy, I tell you what, I'd like to see them turn things around and finally get another world championship.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think this is one of the longest droughts they've had.
Oh, it's the absolute longest, yeah, because the 2010s is the first decade that they hadn't won a championship.
Okay.
I remember that stat specifically, because they've had one since they were, I forget what they were called before the Yankees, but they had at least one in every decade.
Yep.
And I remember reading that. That was a big deal that the 2010s they didn't.
They went, I know, from the mid-'60s or early 64, 65, around there to late 70s. That was the one I knew. 78 was the first one. And that was like whatever. And then, but
that's a pretty big drought, considering they still had some pretty heavy hitters, on the team then.
Oh, the end of Mantl's career, like early 60s till the 78 when they beat the Dodgers. But like you said, they won one in the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah.
So the 10s was
that's like the technical thing.
Oh, yeah,
right?
but it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last one for the Yanks was 2009.
Right.
With A-Rod and Jeter and all them. Yeah, so that'd be something different that could happen. Yeah, give us a call if you have anything to add on any of those subjects. Love to hear from you guys on all aspects, whether you want to text us, you want to call us, or possibly you want to email Jimmy. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're going to come back with a trifecta and then an opportunity for you to win some tickets at 11:45. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I've never seen this. Has anybody seen this?
We had to watch it in gifted class.
Oh, did you?
It was
Okay,
awful.
it's like something they would put on in school.
So boring. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I did
hear that
watch
Fritz
it then.
flex right there that he took gifted class? We had to watch this in the big penis class.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
In West Palm Beach, we do have a crash on the turnpike northbound approaching Southern Boulevard. That'll be blocking your left lane. Stay to the right of that. Delays back to Lake Worth Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by try the new limited edition Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special, and we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick. It's only available for a limited time.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. No matter what you're doing, make sure you put Tito's Handmade Vodka in your lineup. You have a tough day at the office, grab a bottle of Tito's, sit by your pool, and enjoy yourself. Playing golf, and maybe your score wasn't that good? You want to make it a better score? Have some Tito's Handmade Vodka. Enjoy yourself and enjoy South Florida. Pick up a bottle of Tito's Handmade Vodka today. Any day is a good day, but with Tito's, it becomes a great day. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Peace.
Hey, Florida, want to help the over 20,000 plus children in the state's foster care system? Join All Pro Dad and the No More Foundation at Relevant Church at 6 p.m. on Sunday, May 1st for an event where you can step up to foster, adopt, or learn how you can help families who are doing the incredibly hard but rewarding work of saving young lives. Text ACTION to 97000 to help make a difference today. That's text ACTION to 97000.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security yet. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second 5G internet of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had leaf filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you know May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month? When a motorcycle is in motion, it's more than just a motorcycle. The rider is someone's friend and family. Save their life by taking time to look for motorcycles before turning or changing lanes. You must look for motorcycles to see motorcycles.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Injured? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Macy's Backstage.
Alexander Barkov scored twice, including the go-ahead goal in the third period. The Panthers scored the last 6 of the night and win Boston to even their playoff series at 1. Game 3 is in Boston tomorrow. The Marlins with a rough road trip. They went just 1-5, losing to the Dodgers yesterday. They get swept in that series. And the Dolphins getting ready for their draft class to arrive. Rookie minicamp starts tomorrow. I'm Matt McCoy.
Mother's Day is coming up, and Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love. All for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at macysbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
It's brand new, Season 2. I'm Marissa Thalberg.
And I'm Stephen Wolf-Ferreira, and we're excited to be back having bigger, bolder, and always real conversations.
Straight from the C-suite front lines of marketing, media, and more.
We have great friends joining from people you may know, like Wilmer Valderrama and Bobby Burke.
And people you'll want to know. So grab a coffee or, hey, even an Aperol Spritz and come join us on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app today and search brand new.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget, in a couple of minutes, 11:45, your chance to win a big giveaway. Always brought to you by Real Radio and us. We appreciate you guys so much listening. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And it's time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right, last night there was some NBA and NHL hockey playoffs, and hats off to the Panthers. They got a victory. Started off losing 1-0, but unanswered 6 goals. The crowd went crazy, and the Panthers tied it 1-1. Big game last night because they couldn't go down 0-2 on their own ice. That would have been very difficult to overcome as they head to Boston. And that game is on Saturday night, and you could also hear that on Real Radio. Very exciting game if you were a Panther fan. Obviously, losing 1-0. I know a lot of Panther fans, I was out and about last night, were very down after the first period and saying, hey, man, we're not playing good. And all of a sudden, it ignited, and the goals started coming in. So hats off to the Panthers. They got to win a game in Boston, and hopefully they can. Last night in the NBA playoffs, the Knicks had a big game, an emotional game. Bronson got hurt in the second quarter. The Pacers had a big lead, but the Knicks came back and won 130-121, and they covered the 6-point spread. I did say to you I like the Pacers, so I got a little egg on my face and a little less cash in my pocket. Big game last night for the Knicks. They came back. They're doing very well in the playoffs and very good at home. And the crowd let Reggie Miller know how they felt. Reggie Miller was a Knick killer in the 90s, and he had that famous play where he scored 6 points in like 17 seconds. I was at that game, and they yelled out as loud as could be, and they couldn't do anything about it, blank Reggie Miller. And Reggie was sitting courtside doing the game. I'm sure he just thought it was, in good fun, whatever. But a couple of Knick players said something to him, too. And you actually heard a couple of Knick players saying it, and it got picked up on the mics. I did on the TNT broadcast. So that made it pretty crazy. And last night on the other side of town, the Yankees were playing in the Bronx, and they beat the Astros again, 6 in a row. Can't be happier about that. Judge hit a home run. Stanton hit a home run that ended up at Prime 112's kitchen, and Soto hit a home run also. So Yankees have beaten the Astros 6 games in a row. 6 games in a row. That's sweet because this team really kicked their ass a few years ago in that whole playoff system, playoff games when they allegedly cheated. I think they did.
Yankees beat him like a drum.
Yeah, Jimmy, beat him like a drum.
You're
Boom,
welcome.
boom, boom. Yeah, Judge is starting to hit, which is good for the Yankees. We don't have Cole back yet, but that'll happen. Marlins, thank God, are out of L.A. They lost again to the Dodgers, so thank God they're out of there. They had 3 games they lost. Played close yesterday, 3-1, but close isn't good enough. And that is your Greeks trifecta at mid-morning edition, sponsored by Pep Capital. Thank you. You give us a call at 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com. On a couple subjects we had, if you ever went over somebody's house and was totally surprised like what you saw, you're like, oh my God, that's crazy. Maybe you saw something good, which is nice, or something bad. It could be either one. Let us know about that if you have anything.
I got a couple things in here at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. They said something. I will not do that one. Just kidding. I should read these before I say them. Something that will never happen is Greek speaking proper English. It's just a show. Something that will never happen is Cowboys winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Jimmy, you're due for an ass whooping, believing in the Yankees maybe after 50 years. Never in the next 50 years will Granny stop pursuing Greek to come over. And you know what else he said on there? Even from the grave, they claim.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
That's a little scary.
That is scary. She'll be haunting you. And then somebody says, I have one question. Who is Robert Kraft? It's just a joke. Kraft.
Whatever. Whatever. My God. Man, I got a lot to do today. I got to get creamer.
I know. Busy day.
I mean, I got
Who cares about teas?
Dinner at New York Prime, a manicure.
There's a lot going on.
Life's tough. I get it.
It is tough for me. I mean, I'm trying. It's a struggle every day. 877-927-6969.
Speaking of things that, like I mentioned you going out to dinner tonight. I'm curious if this is something that you would eat. I know they would never sell this at New York Prime, but maybe at the next sushi restaurant that you go to, they might sell this. So you may have heard the Japanese, they just do some things, some weird things. But yes, onigiri, I think that's how you say it. It is a bizarre take on a classic Japanese snack where, the onigiri it's a rice ball, is what it is.
Okay.
Now, what makes this one different is they actually take this and they rub that rice ball under a cute girl's armpit. So now it's called armpit onigiri.
Can I pass?
So, armpit.
Can I get 2?
Armpit
Jimmy
onigiri,
wants 2.
a.k.a. underarm onigiri, whatever you want to call it. But they say that it was inspired by an iconic scene in a movie called Magical Circle Guru. I don't know.
Oh, I love that movie.
Where an old man assists the protagonist by rolling rice balls with his armpits. So they said that, yes, this theory is supported by a plethora of armpit onigiri anime-style artwork that you can find online, too.
Oh, man.
But as far as how this bizarre treat transitioned to real life, that still remains a mystery. And it was weird enough to know some people are actually trying armpit rolled rice, and they're doing it in their own homes. But apparently now some restaurants are proudly serving armpit onigiri to customers willing to pay 10 times the regular price for onigiri.
Of course they are.
Oh, my God. And now they do it in front of you?
I would hope so. If you're going to pay 10 times, you want to see it happen, right? Some will even stick like
Probably not.
Some will stick like the sesame seeds under their armpit and then take the rice ball and roll it on there so the sesame seeds get stuck to the rice ball.
Wow.
But there's a lot of pictures of it, so I'm guessing either that or they were like, this is who did it. Here's the rice ball. Like,
Now, where's this at?
It's in Japan where
They have some wild
they
kink
really
over there.
do.
Some fetishes that are just Unreal.
I mean, hygiene regulations alone wouldn't make this service available here. I mean, you got to think there's a major liability there. You would think that people are really paying for it. And like I said, 10 times more than what it's a damn rice ball, but 10 times more than they would to have it made from rolled in a hot girl's armpit.
I'm going to pass.
Look for that TikTok trend.
Right?
What is a rice ball usually in a sushi place? $10, $5?
I've never just ordered a rice ball.
Okay.
No, normally I like some kind of fish sushi with it. Yeah.
So maybe it could be almost like $100, maybe something like that. Wow, that's a lot for that. You don't want it to be done like that. You're like, man, I'll pay.
No, clearly, no. It's you don't have to get it done
delicacy.
like that. Yes, it's a service. It's an extra to it. Cute girl's taking it, rubbing it over her armpit. Infuses a rice ball with a girl's pheromone-containing sweat, making it quite the delicacy for some, is what they say.
Yeah.
We'll just make it to America. Maybe at a flea market in Secaucus, New Jersey. Let us know. 877-927-6969.
Don't they still sell like spit
and panties,
vending machines over there? I mean, it's just these weird, bizarre kinks that they have.
Yeah.
Just never ceases to amaze me.
I mean, you see how freaky some of the anime is, right?
Yeah.
Like, so yeah. Yeah, they
No, that's not the kind of porn I watch.
No. You like real life.
Yeah.
But it's very popular.
Well, I don't know.
It is.
You ever see Lois Griffin? Porn?
I'm not. No, I am not. Jerry.
Really good.
Would you consider yourself aficionado of porn? Like somebody who could rate it? No, not like that.
No,
right.
I haven't. If I was to seriously talk about porn stars, I mean, I'd be talking about porn stars that are long gone. The Ron Jeremys and heck, I Gianna Michaels. I mean, back then, I haven't. I don't keep up with it.
Yeah,
it's a funny punchline.
Oh, I think it is. I think it's hilarious.
That's all.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call. We're ready for a giveaway. What are we giving away today, Freddie?
Not Gypsy Kings.
Oh,
We're giving away a pair of tickets to go see the Imagine Dragons. And this is for their Loom World Tour happening at the I Think Financial Amphitheater. This is a Friday night, August 30th. So give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. If you want to check out the Imagine Dragons, you get all the details, plus another opportunity to win if you are not able to call in at realradio921.com/contest.
Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. Look at the phone lines hopping up on the hopper. Pick up your phone and do it. Everybody's there, but there's always room for one more. Jimmy will get to you momentarily.
They're actually great bands. They really are. I've only seen them perform on television. I've never seen them perform live, but I think it would be a fantastic show. I think you would know a number of their songs.
All right, cool. You guys got an opportunity right now. Another thing we're doing for you. Don't thank us. Pay us. We appreciate that better. And a special shout out to James yesterday who brought us steak sandwiches. Can't thank him enough. If anybody wants to try to top James today, you can. But you got to hurry up because it's already 11:45. I mean, we got things going on. We're talking pizza, simple stuff, caviar, lobster, stuff like that. If you're near it, don't go crazy if you're not. We don't want it. And don't forget Mother's Day is coming around the corner 4 days. You better have a plan for Mom. And don't text her. I'll be mad at you. Pick up the phone, tell her you love her, and tell her how special she is. Don't forget that Mother's Day is coming up this Sunday. If you don't have reservations at a place, you better call today because I know a lot of places are going to be obviously booked up. And get a flower, get a balloon, do something, but tell Mom you love her and appreciate it. Appreciate her because she's the only girl that'll love you all the time unconditionally. So call. Make sure you call your mom. 877-927-6969. That's the number not to call your mom. That's the number to get involved with the contest. Don't forget, we are at home of the Panthers. That's right. And last night, the Panthers won. It was because of us. They were on Real Radio, and they were losing 1-0. And then somebody said something to one of the players and said, "Aren't you guys on Real Radio?" And he was like, "Yes." And all of a sudden, they started kicking ass. Scored 6 goals and beat the Bruins, which was a big night for them. And then the other game, Game 3, will be on Saturday. And we will also have that game for you on Real Radio. 13 chances a day for you to win $1,000. Don't forget about that. Who doesn't want $1,000? I know I do. We had 2 winners. And then all of a sudden, the last week and a half, you guys have become up on the schneid. You haven't done anything. So let's go. We need another winner. Come on. Somebody win $1,000. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready, and we're starting today's contest with Gary. He's on the line with us now. Gary, welcome to the show. Let's see if we can get you set up with some tickets here. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing great. Thank you, guys.
All right. You want to go see Imagine Dragons? They are going to be playing at, I Think, Financial Amphitheater for the Loom World Tour on Friday, August 30th. And I'm going to read you a quote, Gary. All you got to do is tell us. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did Jimmy say it? I've got the audio to back it up. And if you guess correctly, we're going to go send you to that concert. All right, bud?
Sounds great.
All right. Let me get this over here ready. And your quote today, Gary, for these tickets is... Did you put your hand in your pocket, then you touched it? Did you put your hand in your pocket, then you touched it? Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did Jimmy say that?
I'm going to go with Greek.
Son of a gun.
Gary, that, I'm sorry, was...
Did you put your hand in your pocket and then you touched it?
I was a very own Miss Francis. She said that.
Sorry about that.
All right. Sorry about that, Gary.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Good luck. And next up, we have JJ on the line. He wants to go see Imagine Dragons. JJ, how you doing today, bud? Bud?
I'm doing all right.
Or bud? Or pal or bud?
Schnookums.
All right. Schnookums. All right. I like that better. All right, JJ, let's see if we can get you set up with a pair of tickets to go see Imagine Dragons. I'm going to read you a quote. Just let us know. Did Greek say it? Did Franny say it? Or did Jimmy say it? Here is your quote. And we're going to give this a big yank. And we're going to give this a big yank. Did Greek say that? Did Franny say that? Or did Jimmy say that?
I believe you're in charge of the wheel. That's got to be Jimmy.
Nice job.
How did you know it had something to do with a wheel?
Either way, it would have been you.
Yeah, very true. Nice, Franny. Nice. From downtown back
Thank you.
with a kid. And this is what that sounded like. And we're going to give this a big yank. A big yank. And yes, we were talking about the Wheel of Misspeaks. JJ, great job, buddy. Now I'm going to put you on hold. You know the drill, so just hang tight. We'll be going to break in about 5 minutes. We'll get you set up with those tickets. Okay, buddy?
No problem. Thank you.
Right.
Good job there. Thank you, Jimmy, for your help. Great job, as always. You are a professional and a scholar. Yay, ho!
Yay!
Ho.
Ho.
Every day we have a giveaway for you guys at 11:45.
My good pud, JJ, right there. We're gonna set him up
I
with
love
tickets.
it.
Good pud. Nice.
You can give us a call every day at 11:45 for a giveaway. Always something big. Always something that'll put a smile on your face. And don't forget about the 13 chances a day to win $1,000. You guys have been slacking. Come on, we had 2 winners the first week, and now all of a sudden you're coming up eggshells. Let's go. Start making it happen. Pick up the phone. What are you doing, working? You can't call up for $1,000? I think you can. Call us right now at 877-927-6969. Did you ever go over somebody's house and find something crazy and be like, man, or different or weird, something that maybe was unique, especially on a one-night stand if you ended up doing that. There are people who always say, like, I never had a one-night stand. I've heard a lot of people say that, guys and girls. And, and they'll ask me, and I'll be like, I think I've had a few. I don't know. One-night stands can turn into big romances. You just never know.
Well, then it's not a one-night stand.
Obviously.
Clearly.
That's how it works.
Clearly, Franny.
Well,
what's wrong
I'm
with you?
sorry. My bad.
How about if you have a one-night stand, then you hook up with the person down the road like 2 or 3 months, and then start dating? Is that still considered a one-night stand?
I think a one-night stand is a one and done. You just don't see him again. That's it.
I feel bad for people. Like, their feelings, you got to be hurt like that. Like, you didn't call me again. And then you got to dig deep into it. Like, man, maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I didn't pay her enough. Like, stuff like that.
Well, if we don't pay him enough.
Yeah, that's always a problem.
They usually, that brings in the issues.
Yeah, you definitely got to you got to negotiate that up front so everybody's happy. You don't want somebody to leave your house not happy or satisfied. That's what we try to aim to please here. And pay them over what they're asking. That's always a good thing, too. Somebody wants to say, I don't know, $2,000, you give them $2,200. At least they'll feel good about it.
Okay, all right, 22, so $200 tip.
$200 tip.
All right.
You got to give them something.
Nice job, Holler.
Imagine if they say to you, too, are you going to tip me? Here, put your card in. That'll be it. You think we'll ever have that on our cell phones where you could slip your debit card into your phone and you could see people?
You can now.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not in your phone, but there's like attachments.
Yeah, it's called a square.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
You've
you
never
put it-
seen anybody pay? Yeah.
Put it into what your charger port, and
Yeah.
then you can put your credit card. You can either swipe it or insert it.
Oh, wow.
But
I
yeah,
never
yeah,
seen
yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's
Oh, they've
definitely a
had that.
thing. They do at Green Market. A lot of people have that.
Yeah.
It's
yeah?
easy to set up. Yeah.
Play because it's mobile. All you need is internet service, and you can pay with a credit card or debit card.
It does exist.
Oh, it's awesome. Got to get one of those.
Yeah. So when you charge the ladies when they come over and the guys,
Of course.
No, Judge Free Zone here.
Guys more during the week.
Well, I don't blame you.
Yeah. If there's a game
They're
on.
so needy.
Yeah, they don't like to leave. They get going.
Oh, they're all clingy.
Yeah, clingy. They don't want to leave. Come on, get out of here. I got to get to bed.
Well, this is not indicative of all teachers that are out there, but I got a story about just so happens that this person is a teacher, and it's a pretty wild story. This is out of Georgia, so it's all Franny's fault.
Yep. Always is.
So there's this Georgia school teacher. I think it was a middle school teacher to be exact. And I guess while she was doing something on the chalkboard, one of the students grabbed I think it was a Mountain Dew bottle on her desk and just took a swig, right? Because, I don't know, you're thirsty, whatever. Kids do it as a prank, one or the other. It doesn't really matter. That's not really the big part of the story. The idea is when he snuck that drink, that wasn't Mountain Dew that was in that bottle.
Oh.
There might have been a little extra, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
And yes, I'm talking about the alcohol type. He realized the liquid inside wasn't, so he talked to another teacher about it.
I think it was vodka. I think that's what they found out.
Yeah, and come to find out, that's exactly what it was.
You can't do
Freddie.
that.
It was, they had a little extra in there of vodka. So the teacher, her name is Nicole Lambert.
Oh.
They brought her down to the principal's office, and I love the way that's worded, too. They took her to the principal's office,
Yeah,
right?
that's where you go when you're in trouble.
That's where she got the vodka.
That's right. And she admitted to bringing a water bottle full of vodka to school, stating that it was an accident. Right.
Could have been.
Yeah.
So they gave her a breathalyzer test. She blew a .259.
Yeah. She was 3
That's
times
insane.
over.
For driving wise, that's technically 4 times over. 0.08 times 4 would be
Yeah.
0.24. She blew a 0.259.
Yeah, so over 3, right?
But
8
anyway,
times 3 is 24, yeah.
That's
Math-wise.
semantics,
Okay.
but it was a lot.
Either way, yes.
She was hammered. She was also informed that she could not leave the school. Why? Well, she's drunk. She can't drive.
Yeah.
So,
But the fact that she was like, I didn't know I brought it, but she's hammered. What, do you think you're just getting drunk on accident?
Yeah.
You didn't realize you were wasted?
it was an accident. I didn't mean to bring this water.
Oh, my God.
So obviously she was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, which involved in a public drunkenness, and she was transported to the county sheriff's office and detained there and processed for booking. But
I mean, why is a kid trying her drink anyways?
Well,
he should be the one in trouble.
Really? Wow.
Just kidding.
Wow, Franny.
Yeah, he's the one.
But still, he shouldn't be trying the teacher's drink. But yeah, she should not be that wasted.
Check that mug there on the break, Reek.
No, I would never touch anything of hers. It's none of my business.
You can. Go right ahead.
I don't care. Whatever's in
Try
there.
both of them.
Yeah.
Whatever. Go right ahead.
No.
I got nothing to hide.
I don't care. And if there was anything in there, I wouldn't blame you.
That's true.
I mean, whatever it is. That could be a whole topic that came up a couple of days ago. One of my buddies, and we'll get into it later. I want to hear Franny's opinion and Jimmy's. And I just remember this because he did ask me. If you go on somebody's laptop and phone and find something, so you're snooping,
Yeah.
and it's something bad, are you wrong?
I mean, you're wrong for snooping. You are.
Sure, but
you
why-
shouldn't be snooping.
But everybody always gets confused with this if it's something bad because then they're like,
No,
well,
you still should have been snooping. You found something because obviously we're looking for something. So, and if you do, that person is clearly guilty of whatever it is you're looking for, but you shouldn't have been snooping in the first place. But to go back to what Jimmy was talking about, I worked at a restaurant, a bar, and we had a manager who was a little uptight. And sometimes the bartenders would drink behind the bar. And our owner was like, even the owner would ever come back behind the bar and do shots with us, but he was just the owner. He would just show up and have some fun with us.
Okay.
And then if a customer bought shots, we were allowed to. But we were a little loosey-goosey. So he would go in and he would try all of our drinks. bottled waters, whatever.
Ew.
And we're like, that is disgusting. Get your mouth off of our beverages.
yeah. Wow.
But he would do it while we were working.
To check on you?
And to check to see. And he sent a couple bartenders home and finding out in their bottle of water, they had something else in it instead. Like he would send him home. But I was just like, you shouldn't be putting your mouth on any of our stuff.
No.
He didn't pour it into a cup and drink it?
No, he
maybe
went
use a
straight to the
straw.
mouth. Straight to the mouth. Yeah. I mean, he was looking for something and he found it, obviously, because he did. I never got sent home, if you're ever wondering. But
I would never think
But he
you
did.
would.
But he did send some people home after the fact.
Wow.
And we're like, I mean, yeah, you should. There's got to be another way to do it.
Yes.
Besides sipping out of all of our containers.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's totally wrong.
Yeah.
But the scenario I brought up, we'll talk about it later, because it is, everybody does say the same thing. You're wrong to snoop, but if you find something, it's one of those situations. Now, who's really
Well, you're gonna bring it up. So obviously they're gonna yell at you for snooping, but you're mad at them anyway, so it doesn't matter. So now you guys are both mad at each other.
Good point. Yeah, and if you don't find anything, you don't say
Then you don't say anything.
Yeah.
You never admit to snooping.
Wow, man, you're on the ball today. I gotta tell
I
you.
just think it's common sense, right?
Some people might cave in and be like, I feel bad. I did look at your phone or your laptop or your computer.
Guilt.
And I didn't find anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't
say-
feel that guilt. Just don't say anything.
or they tell somebody else and then it gets back
Yeah.
to the person.
Yeah. We, if you
Some
haven't been
stool pigeon.
Yeah.
What? Who said that?
stool pigeon. Grab a set.
Yeah, like this kid in this class. Stool
Yeah.
pigeon
What
on
a
his
stool
teacher.
pigeon, right?
Man, and she's done now. She'll probably get fired.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
God,
absolutely.
You have to. You have
Absolutely.
to get fired.
It is the Penthouse.
She looks pretty wasted in her mugshot.
Oh, yeah, she does. Those eyes are blue.
I don't know if she's crying or drunk. I can't tell which one. But yeah, she does look really drunk.
Well, she lost her drink. She's probably pissed. She's
Yeah,
like, well,
really.
what am I going to do?
That stuff was expensive.
Oh, my God.
This is
You
good
know how
stuff.
hard it is to be a teacher?
I know. It is hard to be a teacher.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be drinking now.
Teacher Appreciation Week.
That's right. There it is.
Maybe I should have waited to bring that story.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
It's my fault.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll come back with some fun facts and so much more. Peace.
Because your pets are pretty lonely when you're gone. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
In West Palm Beach, we do have a crash on the turnpike northbound approaching Southern Boulevard. That'll be blocking your left lane. Stay to the right of that. Delays back to Lake Worth Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming with member-only offers. Learn more about their new loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Subject to terms and conditions, see Lowe's.com/terms for details.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Hey, it's Franny, and are you ready to turn your used car into cash? Look no further than GimmeTheVin.com. Selling your car has never been simpler. Just fill out their free online form, and within 60 seconds, you'll receive a fair cash offer for your vehicle. At GimmeTheVin.com, they'll beat your CarMax offer or give you a check for $100. And they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So get an instant cash offer for your used car right now at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Are you kidding? No payments until fall at Palm Beach Harley on any new Harley this week. Annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments until fall on any new Harley at Palm Beach Harley now through Sunday.
No payments for 120 days with approved credit.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday. Towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that the best part of summer is already here. Locally grown, fresh from Florida watermelon. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every bite.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh, we told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Looking for someone's picks? We compile every pick from VEASAN hosts and guests every day and email them to all VEASAN Pro subscribers. Become a VEASAN Pro at VEASAN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe.
If you know your Norse mythology, it's all about Valhalla. I'm Dave Ross here at VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network. Yes, the second major of the year is almost upon us, the PGA Championship at Valhalla. And you know who the favorite is. It's Scottie Scheffler, the world number one, has been red hot in majors, coming off a win at Augusta. He is plus 350 to win the second major of the year. How about this for an odds jump? You go from plus 350 to plus +1,200 for Rory McIlroy as the second betting choice here at the PGA. A slow start to the season, but he did win a team event.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Score $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword HAPPY at realradio921.com. That's HAPPY. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in The Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon so far, and I hope you listen to Rover every day to get you out of the gate fast and furious. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it's time for some fun facts.
It's Freddy's Fun Facts. So today's fun facts is about a person. We call him the Piano Man, and he is 75 today.
Yeah, I saw it was his birthday.
Yes, May 9th, 1949 is Billy Joel's birthday. So I have some interesting facts you may not know about him. So he is a piano prodigy, as we know. He began playing piano at the age of 4. His dad was a pianist.
Oh, really?
Yep. He said his early training set the foundation for obviously what would become a legendary career. His first major hit, Piano Man, was released in 1973 and quickly became his signature song, telling the story of his lounge singers, when he was a lounge singer's experience doing that. Over his career, I would have thought more than this. Joel has won 6 Grammy Awards, including the prestigious Grammy Legend Award back in 1990. He has 33 top 40 hits under his belt, including the classics Just the Way You Are, Uptown Girl, and We Didn't Start the Fire. He also is Hall of Fame inductions. He was inducted in the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 1992 and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame back in 1999. We know about his Madison Square Garden residency. I didn't realize, man, that's been going on since 2014.
Yeah, 10 years.
That's insane.
Wow. He's only got 3 shows left.
He's also a classical composer. In addition to his pop rock success, Joel has composed classical music, releasing an album, a classical album titled Fantasies and Delusions in 2001.
No kidding.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that either. He's also established numerous scholarships and endowments across various colleges promoting music education for future generations. We know he is a motorcycle enthusiast. He owns a motorcycle shop and is an avid collector and writer. They say he has a pretty considerable collection over the years. He, let's see, married a lot.
How many times married? 4?
4 times.
But this time's going to make it.
Most famously, Christy Brinkley, but I have an interesting, who they have a daughter, Alexa Ray Joel, and she got his looks, not her. She definitely looks like Billy Joel. Have you ever seen her?
Yeah, very pretty.
Yeah, but she definitely looks like Billy Joel, not like Christy Brinkley.
No.
Are you making that face?
I didn't make a face.
You're making a face. Business ventures. Aside from music, he has ventured into the restaurant business, owning a successful establishment in Oyster Bay. I got to look into that, see what the name of that place is. Did you know he voiced an animated character?
No.
He voiced the voice of Dodger in Disney's Oliver and Company, playing opposite a young Joey Lawrence, who voiced Oliver. At the time, the movie didn't get great reviews, but there's a website that suggests it might be because the director tried to retell the Oliver Twist story with animals and it just didn't work.
Right.
This is with cats? Was Oliver a cat? Am I making this up? The movie still isn't high on many people's list of Disney greats.
Feline-based characters.
Yeah, it was
is that what you're
Oliver
saying?
and Company.
It could have been, yeah.
I gotta see Disney movie. I think there were kitty. Maybe it was dogs and cats. Yep, Oliver and Company. Let's see. A couple other. Today is Billy Joel's birthday, 75. So one of his marriages, he married his bandmate's wife. They say in 1969, Joel and drummer Joe Small formed a heavy metal duo. It's called Attila. Their album debuted July of 1970, and the duo broke up shortly after. They cited personal issues as a reason for the split. 3 years later,
Joel married Small's ex-wife, Elizabeth Weber Small.
Now we know the person.
They say
why.
coincidence? You decide.
She was beaten to a different drum. Yeah, well, that's for sure. Billy, come on now, man.
Yep. They said that he learned boxing. Former boxer turned entertainer, Billy Joel. They said that they have something that happened here in 05. Arrives at the Auckland Hotel late Thursday night. Joel was performing with Elton John. They said at a concert Saturday night. They said Joel started piano lessons at the age of 4 upon his mother's insisting he learn. Oh, they're just showing pictures. Maybe that's what they're doing. They're showing little facts here. But they said Joel started piano lessons at the age of 4 upon his mother's insisting he learn. But a boy in New York playing piano was received not so well in his day. So he took up boxing when he was a teenager to defend himself when people made fun of his piano skills.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Bet those bullies are laughing now.
Yeah, kiss my ass.
Bet they're laughing now.
Yeah. How do you like those 88 keys? Bitch.
Sorry about the confusing thing about him going Billy Joel and whatever. It was a caption to a photograph. Let's see.
And he is, from a couple of people that I know, friends of mine have bumped into him, and our good friend Buddha. He used to go to Buddha's restaurant in Miami. Very friendly.
That's what they say. I mean, he's known to take somebody in the back and bring them to the front of his concerts. Yep. He said people are born with things you just can't teach, and Joel didn't need to go to college to become a musical legend, but he still got the degrees. Honoring ones include Doctor of Musical Arts from the Manhattan School of Music, Doctor of Music from Berkeley, and 5 others.
Wow.
Yep. And then something I did not know, which you guys may, that this isn't so much of a fun fact, but true nonetheless. In 1970, just after his duo Attila broke up, he was in a pretty bad place, and he actually tried to end his life.
Oh, God.
They said his attempt came by him drinking furniture polish.
That could kill you?
You're not supposed to drink furniture polish, man.
I didn't know it could kill you.
Fortunately, he was not successful, and he ended up in the hospital where he recovered. Thank goodness, right?
Yeah.
And there you go for some facts about Billy Joel you may or may not have known.
Thank you. Great job, Franny. And happy birthday, Billy, if you're listening. You're 75. 3 more shows left at Madison Square Garden. On the secondhand market, those tickets are crazy.
Did you say he did open a restaurant?
Yeah.
Oyster Bay.
Because I couldn't find that out. They named a road after him in Oyster Bay. He's got a motorcycle shop in Oyster Bay, but I couldn't find Billy Joel Oyster Bay restaurant.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. That's what it said in there, but Oyster Bay.
There's a restaurant. There's an Italian restaurant he likes to go to on Oyster Bay Road in East Norwich.
Billy Joel. Let's see in Oyster Bay.
Island.
What restaurant is Syosset Billy Joel? Scenes from Italian restaurant, Oyster Bay.
But I did see the.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll do some research.
Yeah. I don't see that. But he's got the Billy 20th Century Cycles, which is a motorcycle shop that he owns.
Mm-hmm. Which they did state that.
That's in Oyster Bay, New York. So that much I was able to see. But anyway, legendary musician.
And I guess tomorrow night he's playing the Garden, I believe.
Is he? Cool.
I think he's got 3 more shows left.
3 more, yeah.
May, June, and July. May 9th, I think, I think it's this weekend. I could be mistaken.
Right.
But if you see Billy, tell him
that's today.
Is it today?
Yeah, today's the 9th.
Oh, okay. Then I'm wrong. It's tonight. So if you were going tomorrow night, I'm sorry. Change your plans. That'd be cool. Jumping on a plane this afternoon, going up to see Billy Joel. Come back tomorrow and do the Penthouse. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved. Did you ever stop over somebody's house and find something that was very unique or different? Franny, I know you have something that I want to find the answer to. Is with Mother's Day coming on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about it many times, and you guys should not forget your mom. We'll remind you again tomorrow and Saturday in the locker room, of course. You have something, how close are Americans with their mom?
Yeah, so I think that the 3 of us are pretty close with our moms.
I would say so.
I would say so, too. So we'll see if we are with the majority. And you can always participate. 47142 started off with Real Radio, but just in time for Mother's Day, they do a survey that looks into the relationships that people have with their mothers. And this is what they found out with this survey. They claim, and this is specifically right here in the U.S., that a quarter of respondents say that they're not close to their moms, while 1 in 3 describe their relationship as just okay or worse. But almost half of respondents, 46%, see their moms at least once a week. They say about that same number, 48%, wish they were closer to their moms than they actually are. And the most common reasons Americans aren't close to their moms are differing personalities and unresolved resentment.
From childhood.
Yeah, that's past traumas.
Yep.
Is part of that too.
Which is hard.
Yeah.
I mean, and sometimes, people can't get over it either side. I think a lot of times, sometimes friction starts with families when somebody picks somebody they're dating or get married. That could add to it. And then people, remember that forever.
If I had to guess, I would say that's probably one of the biggest wedges between a son and their mother is a spouse. And that can cause a lot of disgruntlement.
Yeah.
And a spouse on either way, right? It could have been maybe like between the mom and the child's spouse, or it could be if the mom remarried their spouse.
That too. Yep.
And that could be something that had to do with
Sure.
resentment, past trauma, stuff like that. So either way, the claim is here that nearly 2/3, 61% of respondents say that they're closer to their mom than their dad, the ones who are close to their parents. They said that their bonds, 57% of them say their close bond with their mom formed when they were kids. Because I know sometimes it happens later on in life for some. People are least likely to ask their mom for advice. Isn't that interesting? Engage in shared interests and give physical affection, which is weird because they're saying when they talk about sharing life updates, celebrating holidays and milestone, and sharing positive and negative emotions are the top ways people bond with their moms, but people are least likely to ask their mom for advice.
I mean, I think your mom or your father, to me, are your people who really have no hidden agendas and want the best for you. You may not want to hear it, and that's probably some of it because people are like, oh, you know what I mean? They know the kids so well.
That just sounds so weird. So yes, so one of the things that they do with their mom, they share their life updates, they celebrate holidays, milestones, they share positive and negative emotions are the top ways they bond, but they're least likely to ask them for advice or engage in shared interest and give physical attention. So that to me just sounds very weird.
As an adult?
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Well,
I can see it more as an adult, maybe.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, I'm going to go by the people I know, a lot of times, like with parenting, the way somebody parents today to then, you know what, I hear a lot of people say, I don't want to get to my mom, and she's going to tell me something different than I did, because there is different parenting today. I mean, I think the parents are very liberal today as far as when it was years ago. That could be something. I have a couple friends who didn't like the way their mom behaved in the marriage, that they were, married to their father, or if sometimes, if somebody has an affair, kids don't ever forget that. I mean, there's a lot of different things in life that could cause that. But you should be able to try to overcome it because life is short. And God forbid, if you lose your mom, it's going to suck.
And here you go for you guys. Respondents from Maryland, New Jersey, and Tennessee reported the closest relationship with their moms. Oregon, New Mexico, and Washington reported the least close relationship with their moms.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a different thing. I mean, I talk to a lot of my friends. Some people talk to their mom once a month, every couple of weeks. I talk to my mom twice a day. I'm not there, obviously, but, everybody's different. They're not long conversations. They're quick, in and out, what's up, and then at nighttime might be a little bit longer of what would you do. I would never want to tell her. I don't tell her anything bad, and if anything's going on that's not great, I don't tell her. Like, I didn't tell her about my divorce for a good 6 months. I didn't want to tell her. So I just kept that from her. She could tell a little bit different in my voice sometimes, but I didn't really want to tell her because I didn't want her to worry. You know what I mean? I think sometimes you do that with your mom. Try to, because as you get older, you become the parent and they become the child. I mean, that's something that just happens. You want to take care of your parents if you're lucky enough to have them, which is obviously a lot to do with luck, and you should be very grateful. That's why on Mother's Day, you should thank them. 877-927-6969. That is something that you guys can call about. And the survey that Franny just had, a lot of different numbers. And what are 3 states? Jersey, Tennessee, what was the third one?
I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. But those are the 3 states that people are the closest. But yeah, and if you have any stories about your mom that you'd like to call us up and let us know, give us a call. 877-927-6969. There's been a lot of talk about Bon Jovi, and he's been with his Hulu series and everything like that. And they talked about the one guy who left. Richie Sambora, is that his last name?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now he's saying that he would come back. He's been away from the band for years. He was on the show yesterday or the day before, and now he says he would come back. So you never know. You might expect a tour to come back with them together. He said he had some concerns about Bon Jovi's voice because in 2022, I know he had surgery, but they just have a new album coming out, so he should be okay. But now he's saying that possibly he would come back, and I'm sure Bon Jovi fans would be what? They'd be very excited about that. His Hulu documentary about his life. His wife didn't attend. I wonder why, because he did say I was no angel and I was a rock star. I don't know how I'm sure she didn't feel good about that at all. And but again, when you're doing these things, I just like the roast with Tom Brady. You would think you would talk about it and say, "Hey, this is what's going to come out." And especially him, he's married to her. Like I would think that if she was like, "I'm not comfortable with this," you leave that part out. Wouldn't you think? I mean, if you're married to somebody, I mean, because you don't want problems at home. The Brady thing, like we said, they're divorced. So, you know what I mean? Who knows what their relationship's like? And he might feel like a lot of people, we're divorced. I don't owe you anything. You know what I mean? You're a part of my life, and that's it. But if you're married, I think you gotta. And she knew because she didn't go to the premiere. So she probably wasn't happy. And who would be happy about the world knowing that your husband or wife painted outside the lines? So I think that's one of those scenarios.
So from Mother's Day to weird things people have seen in apartments, Catalin, this is nice. I call my mom every day at 2 p.m. It's 9 p.m. in Europe on Messenger to talk and see each other. And
that's
she
nice.
is 75.
God bless.
Very, very nice. Somebody said the nastiest thing I've ever seen in someone's house, because we were talking about girls and guys who went into somebody's home and saw some very disturbing things, said that the nastiest thing I've ever seen in someone's house, went to an apartment to troubleshoot an oven outlet, walked in, and it was super dark. I could see a huge pile of beer cans on the coffee table and just kind of strewn around the house. When I turned the kitchen lights on, there were piles of dirty dishes that looked weeks old and roaches everywhere. Ugh. I said, hell no, and left. As I walked out the door, a voice was heard from the couch saying, "No, please, fix the oven." As I ran away.
Don't go anywhere.
No, please, fix the oven. So they didn't even see the person. Like, they went into a dark apartment. And what was that, Joe's apartment? Remember Joe's apartment with all the roaches?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh, no? From like the early 90s or 80s, Joe's apartment. He was buddies with his roaches.
No, I don't remember that.
I want to
Is it a
see.
show?
Yeah, I want to see Jerry O'Donnell. What's the one that's married to Rebecca Romaine?
Jerry O'Connell?
O'Connell. I want to say he was in that. Yeah, I think that was an MTV thing. Joe's apartment. Yep.
Doesn't even ring a bell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
I've seen, I've gone over to girls' homes that, the dishes under the bed type thing, but
Yeah.
never with roaches. Not that bad. It didn't get that far.
Under the bed.
that is so,
God.
yeah. And then somebody said I had a friend that kept every one of his baby teeth in a baby food jar on his bookshelf in his living room. And beside it was a mason jar that he kept all his finger and toenails he ever cut.
Oh, my God.
I asked why, and he said so they can be buried with him.
Oh, wow. That's a wacko.
Wacka wacka.
Good.
There goes
so
one.
gross. So I could be buried with him. So I guess he never got anything from the Tooth Fairy because he was just like, nope, these are mine.
Yeah,
I'm
keeping
keeping
them.
these.
You're not taking anything from me.
That is probably the most disturbing thing I have heard or read today.
It's not good. That was not good. We want pleasant things. Something you found.
Well, we actually asked for disturbing things, so
whatever.
that was a request we put out there.
Well, we asked for it.
Yeah.
We got it.
We did.
I was once at a girl's apartment in the afternoon. We were playing football. I think I've told this story. And I took a shower at her place. And I walked out, and she goes, go to the left. There's towels. But I went to the wrong closet because I don't pay attention. When I opened the door, she had a very big, collection of toys.
Okay.
So I got my stuff, and I'm
We're
like,
not talking about Tonka trucks.
I'm out of here.
It scared you, huh?
Oh, there was a lot.
Really?
Like shelves. I was like, oh, wow. I'd rather go to Mickey Mantle's.
It's a good thing I brought extra batteries.
Oh, yeah.
I found something at a client's house one time. I was going to fix their oil burner, and but it wasn't a big closet full. They just left one kind of out in the open where everybody could see it, and that kind of surprised us when we went in and saw that. I was like, oh, well,
All righty.
they're into something
Yeah.
pretty fun around here.
They probably were trying to see if you were too. Maybe they planted that on purpose.
No, it was just left out.
No, it wasn't a plant?
I don't think so. No. If it was, I didn't take the hint.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys had a good night and are enjoying your day so far. Mr. Sun is working today. It's going to be hot all weekend long in the upper 90s. It's supposed to be scorching.
Yes.
No! We're set so differently here. Like, no! I hate spinning.
No, it's supposed to be hot this weekend, so drink a lot of water, people, and get some lap dances. We'll be back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I've never seen this. Has anybody seen this?
We had to watch it in gifted class.
Oh, did you?
It was
Okay,
awful.
it's like something they would put on in school.
So boring. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I did
you hear that
watch
Fritz
it then.
flex right there that he took gifted class?
We had to watch this in the big penis class.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
95 and the Turnpike, both up to speed. Major accident, Okeechobee Boulevard. This is headed west, right at Cameron Avenue 2. Center lanes are blocked. Avoid that area. Expect delays. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
This report is sponsored by Discover. As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
EasyCater. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Need food for a meeting or a company event? EasyCater has everything you need to make food for work, work. With easy online ordering and reordering. Save your favorite orders, make edits as needed, and click. We even help you with expenses by keeping your receipts all in one place, which means all you need to do is sit back and enjoy the food. From ordering to reporting, EasyCater has everything to make food for work, work. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where beautiful ladies are there 7 days a week, and Friday nights is Fetish Fridays. 5-star menu and beautiful ladies, and if you like UFC, you can always catch a big fight at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And their feature tournament is coming up Memorial Day weekend, so make sure you make your plans now to see the beautiful ladies perform at the highest level. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Peace!
Have you been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident? If so, Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida injury lawyers, will help and fight for you. Our purpose is legal power. Our mission is huge results. If you've been injured in an accident, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Hey, it's Greek, and it's baseball season, and if your financial advisor is not hitting that out of the park, well, guess what? You got to call the bullpen and make a change. Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Jeff Jr.'s staff will sit you down and figure out a way you can round the bases and make sure your retirement's fun, you can enjoy it, and relax. You don't want to worry about the future. You want to enjoy it. Sit down with them, offices in West Palm Beach today, and figure out a plan. Trajan Wealth will make you touch them all and hit a home run. And who doesn't like to hit a home run in life and with your retirement? Call Trajan Wealth today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Batter up, baby. Bang. Pace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction, with starting bids as low as just $100, and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at lifelock.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive presents Flo and JB announcing a monster truck rally.
And here comes the obliterator. Whoa! And he's up on 2 wheels. That can't be safe. Oh, I don't recommend flipping your car backwards. Did he even check his blind spot? And the car's on fire. I definitely don't recommend that. This is one of my recurring nightmares.
Progressive is all about keeping it safe, so bundle your home and auto for 24/7 protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Coverage not provided for monster trucks. Not available in all states.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Heard of the job? Dial pound 529 on your cell. Pound law, that's all.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
Like their new peanut butter cookie dough party. The new summer blizzard treat menu is one you won't want to miss. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
The Nikki Glazer Podcast.
Her roast of Tom Brady stole the show. Now she's talking about it on the latest episode of the Nikki Glazer Podcast.
I said, tell Tom Brady that I'm the Tom Brady of roasting.
Lots of people roasted the GOAT, but only Nikki is still being talked about.
Every time I refresh my DMs, it's 14 blue check marks of people I didn't even know who knew me are writing like paragraphs to me.
Hear that in all episodes of the Nikki Glazer Podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Nikki Glazer Podcast to start listening.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in to us. Do not forget, let me remind you, in case you are, you have 13 chances a day to win $1,000. Who doesn't want $1,000? I know I do. So make it happen with the keyword. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And
what? I think I'm broken.
You're not broken.
Hi.
You're close to perfect.
Hey, what's up?
We'll get together with him. My good putty,
Your good buddy,
JJ.
I'm like, hey, what's cup?
Spelling that with one J. If you stutter.
What's cup?
Yeah, mistakes go on this show, so
I know.
So it works.
Yeah.
Time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, the Panthers won last night. They played Boston, and they had a good game, and they had a good victory. They needed it. They were down 1-0, and if they lost last night, it would have been 0-2 on their own ice. So they will play again Saturday, and you could hear that game on Real Radio. They ended up winning 6-1. They did cover on the Hard Rock app on the odds and the goal line. So if you had the Panthers, yes, way to be Panthers. Come on, let's get one more victory and just one at a time and try to get us to that Stanley Cup. The Yankees Oh, they sound psyched. The Yankees played yesterday. They played the Astros. So what did they do? They won. They're playing again today at 5 o'clock. You got to bet the Yanks again. They're kicking Houston's ass. Here to Jamaica. Every single day they're winning. You got to bet them again. Last night, Judge had a home run. Stan had a home run and ended up in Disney. And Soto had a home run, too. So the Yankees are winning 6 in a row over Houston. Let's make it 7 today. All rise. I say 7 today at 5:05. Yankees are taking on Houston.
In Jamaica?
Yes, Jamaica. And at 5.
Jamaica, Queens.
Jamaica, Queens. It was close. It was Jamaica. A lot of people used to always say, I'm going to Jamaica this weekend. Really? Where? Jamaica, Queens. Yeah. And the NBA last night, the Knicks came back down by 10.5, and they came back to spoil a huge parlay I had. Very upsetting, but it's part of betting. And if you're going to bet, you're going to win, you're going to lose. It happens. But we picked the Pacers last night, so we'll tell you when we lose, just like when we tell you when we win. Last night was a tough, bad beat for you if you had the Pacers. They're winning all game, but the Knicks outscored them 38, I think, 18 in the third quarter, and they were close in the fourth, 31-30, but the Knicks just too much at the end of the game. And Reggie Miller was the announcer on TNT, and the Knicks fans let him hear it. You could hear it loud and proud, blank Reggie Miller. And constantly they were talking about it. It was so bad, they had to bring it up on TNT. But, you know, Reggie was there, and he's a good sport. He was a Knick killer in the 90s. But the Knick fans do not forget. I mean, we're going 30 years ago, and they're still yelling that, which is crazy. And that is your Greek trifecta for lunchtime, always sponsored by Pep Capital. Peace.
So if you guys could purchase your childhood home, would you? If it was for sale and you had the money to do so, do you think you would purchase it?
No.
I'll ask Jimmy. I know he's on the phone. But you can participate with us. 47142 started off with Real Radio.
Would you?
Or you can leave a talk back. So there was a moment in time that I did. I grew up in a beautiful old Victorian farmhouse built in the 1800s, and it was just on a really nice piece of property. And I have some really, really great childhood memories there. I do.
would think you would.
And then, but then I told you guys, believe it or not, I had some really scary ones too, being haunted. And that was, the house that I lost my dad in and stuff. And so I had some pretty scary situations that happened in my house too. So I was fortunate that I had a great childhood during the day, but at night it was not that fun. So
say somebody says that.
So even in my head, because the house has been up for sale a few times after we sold it. There's been a few people in and out of that house, and even one person in particular when my sister and I went over there to see if we could see what they did to the house renovations. And I've told you this story before where she was like, yeah, we were like, we used to live here, Dr. and Pierre's daughters, and you're like, oh, your dad comes and visits us all the time. And we're like, we're sorry, he passed away years ago. And they're like, oh, we know. They said all this stuff happens, cabinet doors open and closed.
Really?
And so, but we were like, that's not him, because that happened when we lived in the house when he was still alive. But I think their mindset was the previous owner passed, it must have been him.
Okay.
Not knowing that there was really deep history rooted into that house because it was built so long ago. I've even told you that the Underground Railroad runs through it. I mean, now it's a historical site.
Sounds like a cool house, though.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, to buy.
But I don't think I would want to buy it.
No?
I don't know. I don't know. I know my sister said that she would. But yeah, I mean, you go to the Civil War Museum in Kennesaw, they have a photograph of it. It's a historical it's a historical site now.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that I'm torn between because I have some good memories and then some bad ones too. But maybe just for the property, I would. I don't know. How about you? Would you buy your childhood home?
Well, my brother lives there, so
yeah.
So
you don't want to buy it from him?
Would I buy it? I don't know if I'd buy it.
You're out.
We still, my parents still go up there each summer, so we're in possession of it, family-wise, if you want to say.
Okay.
But yeah, would I? Sure. Yeah, I have a lot of good memories there. It's a beautiful house, and sure. I guess the answer to that, outside of the situation I'm currently in, would be yes.
So I guess there's a lot of people who would. Zillow did a survey, and 44% of Americans said that, they would buy their childhood home today if, of course, cost wasn't an issue.
Sure.
We know our homes are not valued at what they were when we were kids.
That's another thing, too. Could I buy my house childhood? No, I couldn't. Because property values everywhere have gone up, but especially in New Jersey, New York. Obviously, down here, we've seen what they've done in Florida, too.
I'm curious I want to ask my mom. I'm curious to see what my parents paid for that house because I can see it being worth obviously a lot more now. Obviously, that's a dumb statement to make. But I just remember at the time, like,
It had to be a huge difference.
and that's why I'm just curious. I mean, it's been so long ago, but we were considered upper middle class. Like, it's not like we were rich or whatever. And I'm
You were
sure
very
the value of the home now could get like a tiny condo somewhere here, if that. It's just ridiculous.
You had no clue what it went for in those days?
You can look it up, right?
Yeah, I'm sure I can ask. I'm sure my mom knows the answer.
I would buy the 2 houses I just sold in the last 5 years back like that. PGA or the one south. No problem. I buy those back.
But yeah, kids born in the 80s, about 62%, and 90s, 55% are the most likely to say they'd buy their childhood homes back. They said, but it's not surprising that so few of us can afford it, as they need to have a 6-figure income just to afford the typical house in the U.S. I read a while ago, I think they said that in order to buy a home now for first-time home buyers, and this is just the average home, need to make at least $120,000.
With everything included.
Yeah, I believe it.
Insurance.
I believe it. I mean, what are they using the national, going by the national average?
Going by the national.
That's always hard to go by, right? Because there are plenty of places still in the United States that you could buy a home at a reasonable price. But a lot of the big areas that you talk about, I think that's one of the reasons why more and more people are going to Tennessee and Texas. Because I don't think the housing market has hit Tennessee as much as it's hit down here. Sure. And something that gets brought up a lot, tax-free state as far as state income tax.
And you bring that up Texas, there's this Instagram like little commercial or whatever it is, advertisement that keeps on sucking me in. And it's this new construction and it's in there like, in Texas, you could live in this house for $250,000, $300,000,
Right.
and it is it's a McMansion. It's a mini mansion. It's gorgeous. It's brand new construction, and it's huge, and it's beautiful. And I showed it to my husband. He was like, "Yeah, but we have to live in Texas." I was like, "Look what we could buy there. Look at that." I was like, compared to what? I mean, it's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, those
you never know.
Those barndominiums, as they call them, I think they're kind of popular out there in Texas, and they are just absolutely gorgeous. When you think like from the outside, it's just I don't want to say it from the outside because they do make the outside look nice too, but the fact that it's a barn, it's basically a barn, and then they just kind of divide it off, and so you got these big, giant cathedral ceilings and everything, and it's just absolutely stunning what they put into them. And again, for the amount of money that they cost, because they're in a less expensive area, and you get so much more in certain areas. But I what's around it too,
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, job wise, that all matters to.
I mean, if you're
people.
married and you can get down there with your husband or wife, and it's, you can start over. If you're by yourself, it's a little harder, I think, because you don't know anybody. But I think it'd be more, a little bit easier if you have your husband or your wife. You go down there and say, let's try it.
Yeah, it's easier, but you also have to, I mean, you're picking up your life, even if it's just the two of you. You have to find a new job, your friends, all that kind of stuff. So when you were a kid, they also asked these questions here. What was in your dream home? Like, what were the things that you wanted in it? And specifically like this, a majority of them, your dream home, the kids said 77% wanted a pool, right? When you were a kid. And then right behind that is a home theater was in their dream home.
Oh, yeah. Game room.
Game room?
Was popular when we were kids. Obviously, having a game room, whoever had the game room was a baller. Video games, arcade games,
this
actual
has
ones like
bowling alley.
And bowling alley. There you go.
Yeah, this one has it. Even some people put on here a soft serve machine or a soda vending machine. They wanted their dream home.
Sure.
An elevator was on here. They said kids born in the 90s, that's what they wanted. They wanted an elevator compared to those who were born in the 50s or earlier. Yep.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Strange luxury item for a child or young person to want.
Yeah, that is different. There's no doubt. I would think pool, like you said.
Pool. That's I could see that being a given.
Mm-hmm. I went with a basketball court, but when I thought back, I said I should have got a pool. But up north, you can only use it really 2 months, 2.5 months. And for basketball, I love basketball. So I can use it all the time. But thinking back, I should have went with the pool. And it would have helped with girls. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you could buy your childhood home, would you?
Oh, so JJ's got a sweet message. 47142 started off with Real Radio. It says, not all superheroes wear capes. I call my hero Mom.
Nice.
Very sweet, JJ.
Very nice.
Very nice, JJ. Way to step up.
I'm with you.
877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Speaking of moms, I've got a social dilemma, including a mom, daughter, and husband in this case. And the mom and the husband are the parents, obviously, of the daughter. And they wrote in, they need a little advice. And it's coming from the mom. She says, our 19-year-old daughter will be coming home from college in just a few weeks. And my husband and I have been arguing over one of our daughter's requests. My daughter asked me if I could buy her favorite kind of alcoholic drinks when she is home. That way, there's something there, and it's already there for her when she gets home. I'm not naive to what college kids do when she's at home, while away at school. I was 19 once too. I told her, yes, that I would buy her drinks for her, whatever she wants. I'd rather have her drink here at home where I can keep an eye on her. And more importantly, I know she won't have to drive. My husband, on the other hand, is totally against this and thinks we're asking for trouble if we supply her with these drinks. What do you think? How would you fall on that side of the argument? An underage daughter, 19 is the age, so we know what it is.
You know she's drinking in college.
Wants to drink and ask mom if she would pick up a couple of alcoholic adult beverages to have when she's at home. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by my take as I'm with mom.
Yeah, so I'm with mom in a way too, and that's how I was brought up. Yes, you are underage. Are you going to supply any of alcohol to her friends? Absolutely not.
No.
Because the liability on that, first of all, I mean, God forbid anything were to happen if they did have drinks at your house. But I am too, but I think the way that my role, because you know that she's drinking, and I rather her at 19 years old be drinking underneath my roof, but I would be like, I'll have it, but it's only when I'm around that we're having drinks. It's not like if dad and I leave, it's going to be under my supervision.
Right.
That you can have your seltzers.
And it sounds like that is the premise of how it would be in this particular scenario. I know, obviously, there are scenarios out there where it wouldn't. But in this particular case, I do believe that that's how it was kind of laid out there. You can kind of read a little bit in between the lines because that's what she says. I'd rather be her here when I'm here. We're alone and, no one else is around and we don't have to worry about drinking and driving.
Yes.
What say you, Greek?
I agree with you guys. I mean, I hear that a lot with drinking. I also hear that with, sometimes you hear with if somebody has a serious relationship. Parents have said that I've heard, friends, I'd rather them stay at my house than go get a hotel and be out at night. So I guess if it's under your roof, at least you know where they're at. I wouldn't, encourage it, like when they got home, let's do it. Let's play a drinking game.
Shots.
You know what I mean? But, I mean, again, they're going to do it. They are underage, so that's something you got to realize. Obviously, they're not 21. But I think they're, one of those things is I think, like people say, they're going to do it either way. So I think you can control more. And I think the bigger thing is that, they're not driving. And I would say that, you can drink here, but don't think you're going out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And again, it sounds like that's sort of the agreement that they have.
And not be
although
like,
you got to
hey.
wonder, she doesn't know that she's drinking outside of college.
Oh,
or at college, but
she knows.
I mean, that's pretty.
I think you made it. I mean, there's an assumption there.
It is.
Yeah, that
mom's assuming.
Yes,
that.
And of course, if she's like, these are my favorite drinks now, can you buy it for me? Yeah. I mean, that tells you right there that she's like, I want some High Noon in the house. Yeah, those two, we obviously know what you're drinking. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. You're not going anywhere. If we're drinking together under my supervision. And Susie or whatever her name is can't come over and have a sleepover and you two are drinking together. That's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's a common thing. I hear that with a lot of my friends with their kids. The boyfriend wants to stay over, the girlfriend, and they're like, you know what? I'd rather them be here in my house.
Well, there was always the cool mom that would, even when I was in high school, there was the cool mom who would let you. But God forbid, even if you didn't leave the house, if something were to happen in the house.
You're done.
Yeah.
It's a big
problem. I mean, the
And-
family can go after you legally, too. You just don't want that mess.
And that's what happened. And that's why, some of those laws started to pop up in different states, where all of a sudden the parents are liable for outside people drinking in their home.
Parties.
I mean, you're all right with your own kids, but not somebody else's.
Well, like you said, your own kids, you would hope we're not going to sue you, right? But other kids, things happen, things change.
Yeah. And they did happen, and they did change. Yep, exactly. Good point.
There's so many stories to talk about that trigger things. I had a buddy of mine, they had like a pool party barbecue, and the kids stayed over. But in the morning, the kid went home. He got into an accident. He was still drunk. He said they were drinking till like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So then they got up and like 8 o'clock, he drove. He got into an accident.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was in trouble. I mean, for give him alcohol. And he goes, I went to bed not thinking anything, but they stayed up till like 4:35, hang by the pool. They were playing cards. All guys. He said nothing bad, but kid got in an accident on the way home, and you're liable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah, it can come back on you nowadays.
Yeah, you don't want to always think like that, but you have to almost. You know what I mean? Like you got to be responsible. Yeah. I mean, and because once somebody's drinking in your house, that could be a bad thing. And if something happens when they leave, you never know what's going to happen. And then other parents get involved, lawyers. I mean, and it gets messy.
Sure.
Which is a tough thing. But when somebody's underage too, I mean, that's, I'm sure there's families that you could be of age and they wouldn't have alcohol. I mean, everybody's got different rules.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's why, obviously, clearly, Dad, in this scenario, was totally against it. Doesn't even want to really have any sort of compromise from at least the way I'm reading it. It's just no. It's an outright no. No, not even when you're home. So does that push away the daughter to where the daughter would drink? If mom went along with it, right? Could that push it away and then she's out and you might drink and drive and yada, yada. You don't know. I guess there's a possibility there. It is plausible, but you can see where there is somebody with the exact opposite of reaction, like you're saying.
And the other thing too is like a lot of kids look at it like if I do it home, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like there are parents who would be like, I don't want to encourage it in any shape or form because somebody could take it in the wrong way. Yeah. So they were like, you're not doing that here at all.
It doesn't give any implication to like how much, right? You know what I mean? Because that kind of matters too a little bit. Even if you do say it's okay, you don't want to be sitting there getting annihilated every night.
No.
And allow that. That can obviously trigger alcoholism. And promote, something a little bit different. But if it's just, coming home and having, obviously I'm assuming a big part of that is because she can't buy it, right? As a 19-year-old, she can't go out and purchase it. So she's asking mom to do it ahead of time.
Like, hey, can you stock the house with this while I'm here for the summer?
Yeah.
Get some Tito's.
I bet you this is, if it is, let us know. Get in touch with us. I bet you this is pretty common because college kids are coming home for the summer.
Yeah, well,
and
that time of year.
Yeah. And they may have requests like that.
Yeah. And again, I think it happens more times than you realize. And then it's like, again, it's your house, your rules. Everybody's got different rules. And we all know that growing up. There'd be certain houses you could do certain things and certain houses you couldn't do.
Now, what would you do in this scenario, though, the one that I painted? Because now you're talking about parents with
different opinions.
One saying yes, one saying no.
That's hard.
Like we would individually say to the daughter yes, like mom did here. But what do you do when dad's saying no and you're kind of butting heads there? That's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's always the other, if God forbid something happens, wow, I told you so. I told you we shouldn't have let her drink and encourage it and stuff like that. So,
yeah, unfortunately, that's out there. Yeah.
Well, because if it's a problem,
well, that's what people do.
Yeah, it comes back to the family.
People like spiking the ball in other people's face.
Yeah,
and that's sad. And unfortunately, it is out there. Maybe take a little a take from that Georgia teacher, put it in a Mountain Dew bottle. Hope that dad doesn't take a sip.
He doesn't realize. But that's the thing. Maybe you got to tell dad or your husband, like, if she's not doing it here, she's going to be doing it elsewhere. And I'd rather her be safe under our roof.
Well, that's what I think.
Because that's the thing. Some people, kids rebel. If mom or dad aren't going to do it, guess what?
Yeah. And I think.
And she's probably going to do it elsewhere anyways, even if she does do it underneath her own roof.
More than likely.
Yeah, you're a college kid. It's going to happen.
And I think in your mind as a parent, I think that gives you the pass. Like, they're going to do it someplace anywhere. You know what I mean? I want them here. They're here.
Sure.
I could see them, yada, yada, whatever.
We're the same way. We're the exact same way with ours.
And it's very hard with your own kids. It really is on a lot of different things, especially when they become older. And also when they see you do things. If you smoke, you can't tell a kid they can't. You know what I mean? Or every day dad came home or mom and had a glass of wine.
Yeah, but you're like, yeah, because I'm old enough. That's your reasoning.
No, I'm saying when they get older. Even parents have said to kids, even when they're older, like, hey, I don't want you drinking. And again, I see a lot of it with my friends. So you drink or gamble or whatever it is, and it's hard. As a parent, you're a role model every day for your kids. You got to realize that too. Whether you want to realize that or not, you are. They're looking at you and judging you, and they're seeing what happens. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. What's in the hopper for Florida Story.
In the hopper, we have a woman who her fish is now hanging out with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'll let you know why.
Oh, pizza!
I mean, it sounds awesome, but in this case, not so awesome. And then we have an incident with a Florida man who did some disgusting behavior at a Walmart. And why did this dad point an AR-15 at an Uber driver's face? I'll give you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Because you shouldn't have to get up off the couch. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The Grand in Your Hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new, fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal, because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Bridge maintenance, Donald Ross Road Bridge shut down through May 23rd. This is westbound from Ellison Wilson Road to Prosperity Farms Road. Only the west side is closed. Use PGA Boulevard instead. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Spring into deals at Lowe's with up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG major appliances. Offer valid through 5/15. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Okay, I'll admit, I'm probably not the first guy that comes to mind when you think of home decor. But just because I like my tool cabinet where the china cabinet ought to be, doesn't mean I don't know how to stage your house for the best resale price. You don't need to read shiny architecture magazines to know curb appeal is a powerful influence on the price of your house. And that dented, old lime green garage door is not saying much from the curb. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door is the best return on home improvements when it comes time to sell your house. Better than a new bathroom or fancy kitchen reno. A new garage door will increase the price by thousands of dollars and put people in a buying mood the moment they arrive. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it nice. It's also good feng shui, whatever that is.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale is here. Save up to $500 on select adjustable bed sets like the all-new Temper Adapt collection with advanced pressure relief to help reduce aches and pains. Plus, get a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Hurry into Mattress Firm today.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword green at realradio921.com. That's green. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in. One more hour left. We're going to start it off in a couple seconds after we go around the horn with some Florida stories. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Hello, Francis.
Hello.
And it's time for some stories about this great state of ours.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All righty. Well, we will start with a Florida father who just went way out of control with the situation that happened. His daughter got dropped off at their home by an Uber. And I guess in his head, he was thinking that there was some issue with his daughter, that he was in fear, that she, might be in a situation that she shouldn't be. And who the hell is this guy dropping her off at my house? So he goes out and he approaches the Uber driver, makes him get out of the car, and forces him to the ground while pointing an AR-15 at this guy. And you can only imagine. He's probably like, I'm dead. This is it. What's happening?
What happened?
So the daughter's talking about this. She recalled that her dad, Sean Hollenbeck, was acting crazy as he's waving the gun around and yelling. At that point, right? He'd be like, Dad, it's just an Uber.
Hope he had a license
Maybe
for that.
she was, and he wasn't paying attention or listening. So deputy said, he pointed the gun in the driver's face and was screaming at him to get out of the car, and the daughter ran in the house because she was all freaked out. The daughter also had friends over at the home who witnessed the whole incident. He forced the driver to show his driver's license and took a picture of it and then let him go.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Deputies say, obviously, the Uber driver called the cops, he admitted to his actions and said he was afraid for his daughter's safety.
She didn't seem afraid.
No, not at all. Well, of him. That's why she ran in the house.
Do you think they charged her for the ride?
He was booked into the Santa
Get that one on the arm?
Right?
Or charged double.
He was booked into the Santa Rosa County Jail and later released after posting bond.
He was probably in a cop car like, hey, you got to pay for this, pal. I'm just saying. Hopefully he had a license for that firearm.
Yeah, very, very crazy. And then.
Don't need one.
Oh, you don't for that? Really?
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
It's just a rifle.
Oh, okay.
And then next up in your, Florida. This isn't cool at all. So a ex-boyfriend, and they've been split up for 6 months, shows up and breaks into his ex-girlfriend's home. Now, Brett Dahl, who you'll hear in the story, you're like, he's not much of a doll at all. He smashes her window, goes through. She's sleeping. It's like 2:30 in the morning. And he breaks in through the back window. So she said he just started going crazy. He starts throwing things, picture frames, and demanding her to tell him where he can find his gun. And she said that she was so confused of what was going on because, of course, it's 2:30. She's like, what the hell is happening? And she kept on telling him to leave, but he refused to leave. Instead, he pushed her against the closet door. Then he began to damage everything in sight, including her poor fish. She took the betta fish bowl and she said shattered it on the ground. Then he grabbed the fish and flushed it down the toilet.
It's just mean.
It's so mean. She said she never saw her pet fish Bean ever again. But we're hoping the best for Bean.
Yeah.
We're hoping Bean is hanging out in the sewers with some other critters, other fish that have been flushed down the toilet, turtles.
Maybe a nice pool.
Maybe a
or
couple
something.
alligators down
Smoking
there.
a little marijuana.
Yeah, just living the life.
Getting some
Bean
pizza
is
with
Bean is living the life. I hope so.
Bean.
I think the only thing that could make that worse is if he took the fish and swallowed it. I think I've seen that happen before.
That's bad too.
Yeah.
Old sorority pranks.
Ugh. So yeah, of course, after he smashes, he goes outside, keeps on going. He swiped her cell phone, smashed her front left headlight of her car and the window to her vehicle, and then left the scene. So she runs into her brother's home, calls 911, and they said later in the day, the Cape Coral police saw him get into a friend's vehicle, and they pulled him over. Thank goodness. So now he's facing charges of grand theft, burglary, property damage, and obstructing justice. And then finally here in You're What the Florida, by the way, look up that guy's mugshot's pretty solid. And then...
That's a nice way of putting it.
It is.
Pretty
Look
solid.
up his mugshot.
It is.
It's pretty solid.
It's, you go, things that make you go,
You know what? That'd be a good song. I want to write that down.
Please do. Don't tell CNC Music Factory about it.
Who?
CNC.
When was the last time you heard that?
Oh, my God. It's been a while.
All right. And then a convicted felon was recently caught once again. And deputies said this happened out of Walmart. So an employee called 911 involving an altercation with the customer later identified as Channing Cooks. So he tried to return an item, but he didn't have a receipt. So the employee said that he needed a receipt to return the item. And the investigator said that when he got upset with her because of it, he lunged at her and repeatedly spat in her face. While
so disgusting.
It is so gross. Can you imagine? I've accidentally, especially working in the bar industry, when people talking to you, more than I want to say, had somebody accidentally spittle on me or food on my cheek.
Oh, I know. And that's accidental.
It's accidental because they're talking with their mouth full, or they're just very just drooly slimy. And it grosses me. I have to walk away. I have to end the conversation, and I'm I go to the bathroom, and I'm just
help me.
What just happened? Yeah, it's gross. But when somebody's purposely spitting in your face and yelling, he's yelling, "I have a cold." That makes it even worse. So, they said investigators were able to use Real-Time Crime Center to track his vehicle at a CVS. They said that he told him, Cook did, that, the Walmart situation, that was just a misunderstanding. And the spitting thing, I inadvertently sneezed on her while talking about exchanging my baby formula. Well, they were like, all right, let's look at the tape. And that's what they did. They looked at surveillance, and no, he was spitting on her. So they arrested Cook for battery, and they said during the drive over to jail, cameras captured him, in-car cameras captured him shouting profanity and racial slurs at the deputies. But once he arrived to jail, he apologized. He was like, I'm sorry, guys.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really sorry for all I said and everything I did today.
Mistakes happen.
I'm apologizing. It was a mistake. And that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Francis. As always, 11:05 and 1:05. Still more fallout for the Tom Brady roast. CBS reports right now, Tom Brady is apologizing to Giselle for the whole event, and he is sorry for any of the remarks that I guess she did not like. Again, this is public knowledge, so I guess he really wants to go out in his way of making sure he's telling everybody who maybe he's giving him some heat, or maybe he's hearing more than he thought by people saying it was negative. But this thing is starting to turn around like every 24 hours where it's turned into, I'm sorry. When in the beginning it was just a roast, which it was, and it was fun. But now the apologies are coming out. And I don't know. Like, I just look at it and say, like, how did you not know what was coming? I'm sure they talked about it many times. It was a big production. And you should have talked to her. I mean, if you got to apologize, then obviously you feel you did something wrong. Or somebody's very upset. I get that. But I am surprised that it's public that he is coming out and now he's apologizing. So I guess with all this, there won't be a 2, right, Jimmy? You say that's not
I've never seen it. Has anybody ever gotten roasted more than once?
I don't think so. But yeah, he apologized.
Maybe like back in the Dean Martin days.
Oh, maybe.
Is the only thing like I could think
Those
back.
were hilarious.
I think back to Don Rickles and that whole Frank Sinatra, and they used to all get together. It was a little
Bob
bit different thing. I don't think they were quite as rude and grungy as they are now.
And it was regular TV.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing.
It was
too.
NBC, I think.
Yeah.
And so even more on the Tom Brady roast, I don't know if you're familiar with Andrew Schultz. He was one of the roasters. He's the guy with the mustache.
Yep.
So Andrew Schultz,
It's a really short haircut, right?
He's got like a weird, it's he definitely goes to the barber.
Yeah.
I know
which one. you're
Yes,
talking
I can't
about,
describe how his haircut is, but he was talking about the roast too, and he said that all of them were told that the happy ending or massage cracks were out of bounds. They said beforehand, that the Robert Kraft stuff, they were told not to make any happy ending jokes. And of course, that was something that Jeff Ross chose to ignore.
Yeah. I'm gonna ignore that one.
Yeah. So he said that was something. He said that was 100% real when you saw Tom Brady do that. He said because we were all told beforehand.
I mean,
no
again,
happy ending jokes or whatever.
A lot of people looked at it differently. I thought it was real because it was the only time he got up.
Well, no, he's saying it was real.
Yeah. But I'm saying before this came out, we talked about it.
The only person that said that it wasn't real was Jeff Ross.
Right.
He said it on a podcast the next day.
Well, he said he went up to him and they hugged it out.
I don't know if I believe that.
Him and Kraft, he said that they did, and I mean, who knows? But Schultz is saying that yes, in fact, that was like one of the things kids don't make fun of because it probably was a lot to get Robert Kraft there in the first place.
Yeah. Well, because Belichick was there.
Yes, and I'm sure Tom Brady was like, "All right, dude, you can't disrespect this guy."
And in all fairness, I mean, he didn't quite do the happy ending joke,
You're right.
but it was implied.
Yeah.
And again, the massage.
It wasn't about him. It was about Brady. So it was probably like, hey, let's not go after him in any shape or form. And I'm sure Brady wanted anybody who was there. Brady wanted, obviously. I mean, Belichick was there. Obviously, he was there. He wanted them there. Some people were surprised they weren't involved. Invited a couple people. I heard some stars talking about it. But yeah, I mean, if he's got a promise, now apologize to Giselle. I mean, I'm sure she ripped him that night.
Well, they communicate with each other about the kids. They said that they're typically pretty cordial with each other. And obviously, they report that he did lack full knowledge of which jokes would be aired. And you can tell when you watch it, he is visibly uncomfortable during some of those comments.
Yeah.
As he should be. As he should be.
And I'm sure he's thinking like, oh, God, like, oh, man, how am I going to, handle this? And she's going to be not happy about it. Even Bridget Monahan, I mean, that's his ex, but he has a child with her too, and they talk.
Yeah,
but
you got to know they're going to take. What else would we have?
Yeah.
but to get after him. Yes, they had the pretty boy, and they had some making fun of his sexuality or whatever. But I mean, that's the low hanging fruit. That's the stuff that they can roast you about.
Yeah. No, and they hit the other stuff too. Deflategate.
Yes,
they got him on that, the cheating,
but after a while, it's kind of like, all right, we need some more. Give us some more.
Yeah. But you knew it was going to go there. Greek asked us, do we think beforehand? Do we think they'll go after Giselle? And yes, the answer to me was yes.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm asking that, that should have been some, obviously, he knew, he talked about, plus his relationship with her. It should have all been discussed. I mean, because if you got to go back there, and obviously a big factor would be, and I don't have them, are my children. Because, again, if she goes to the kids and says, is upset and says, I can't believe this, I'm looking like the cheat, and, who knows? I mean, it's a family dynamic, and it was all fun to us. Like Kelsey said, he goes, I don't think it's funny. Your family.
Yeah, everybody has a different sense of humor.
Yeah, and we took it as entertainment.
Very true.
You know what I mean? And that's what it was.
And that's how you should take it. It is entertainment.
Yep.
And that's why that Nikki Glacier and everybody was like, I'm not apologizing because they're jokes.
Yes. They're jokes. I didn't.
At somebody's expense, yes, but they're still jokes.
I didn't see the Giselle being the cheater angle coming, though. That I will say. And again, I think it's fine. It's a joke, and that's all that it is. I didn't think that was coming. I figured it would just be like he couldn't hold on to a relationship or because that was a jab, obviously, at Giselle, not Tom. Really, in that case.
Well, we got a text that says, with all his apologies, obviously Tom Brady was a bitch in the marriage and Giselle wore the strap on. That's what we got here on the text line.
I think with her, to me, again, it's who she ended up with. That's the big
The
thing.
one that everybody speculated she was cheating with, and now they're dating.
Yeah,
so it's kind of...
Yeah, and because she was around him during the marriage. I mean, it's like when you hear the girls marrying the bodyguard. Didn't that happen with, who was the singer? Oh, man. And the blonde who was really attractive. Seal's wife.
Heidi Klum?
Yeah, she married the bodyguard. So they were always like, same thing. Like he was around beforehand and, he flipped out about it. Obviously, who wouldn't? But the same thing with this. I think if she dated somebody else, like after the fact, said she met somebody or a different person, I think people would have been like, she didn't cheat. From the beginning, though, there was always speculation. People, and it's their business, not ours. But when you're in the limelight like that, people are always like, was she cheating? Was she cheating? And of course your kids too. I'm sure she wanted, I'm sure she was upset that night saying, I can't believe, he did this. You know what I mean? Or let them do this. So, I mean, it's, it's a thing. I mean, again, I hope he did get paid. But it's one of those things. I thought there was a lot of lines that were funny, obviously, like everybody else. I did have some people said, do you think there'll be a Tom Brady roast too? I said, I don't know. I don't think so. But it was funny. But you're always going to get the other side of it. If you got an opinion on it, call us, 877-927-6969. And if the comedians are feeling that they need to comment on it, I'm sure Nikki Glacier is getting a lot of heat. And some, I would say a lot of it good and some of it bad. I just, I think it goes with it. And she was on Jimmy Kimmel. She was on Howard Stern. We said it earlier. I think it's the best thing for her career. I mean, without a doubt. I can't even think of anything that could have been better for her that people would definitely want to check her out and see her. But supposedly Brady had to call up Giselle and apologize and say, I'm sorry. But I think it all could have been, figured out way beforehand. And maybe it was one of those things, I'll apologize, and after the fact, because if I ask her up front, she's going to say no. And then if I got to go to everybody, they're going to be like, oh, you know what I mean? We're not going to do it then. Like, we can't go after that. So, and it started right out of the gate. I mean, boom, right there. They went right after it.
Well, so, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was 30 seconds in.
It wasn't even a warm-up.
Yeah.
It was like the first
30
pitch.
seconds in. Boom. There it is.
It was right there. But it's one of those scenarios. I mean, I guess. Or maybe he just didn't feel the public was going to react the way they did about it. But it was a sports story, entertainment story. It was everywhere. If you have an opinion, let us know. 877-927-6969. Not so much on the roast, but do you think the comedian should apologize, or do you think Tom Brady needed to apologize? Let us know on that. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142.
Well, speaking of sports, got the Olympics coming up.
Yeah.
And a very iconic piece has made its way to France already. That's right. Thousands of people were on hand Wednesday to welcome the Olympic torch into France.
Who brought it? Amazon?
Yes. Yeah, on their boat. Matter of fact, it was brought in on a ship It was sent by Greece. So, thank you, Greek, for letting them do that.
I want help.
It arrived on a 3-mast 1896 ship after spending 12 days at sea. And with the arrival of the flame, the country enters the game, according to President Emmanuel Macron. You have to say it that way, right? Macron. Upon receiving the torch, the flame was then expected to be paraded around that area and accompanied by more than 1,000 boats that were in the area there. An official welcoming ceremony was also scheduled to occur at dusk, so that's already in the past. The 2024 Paris Olympics kicks off on July 26th. Several sports stars were expected to take part of that parade, too, including NBA star Tony Parker.
Oh, wow.
He's supposed to be there for the big ceremonial experience here with the torch arriving there. The flame is going to be on a 68-day, 7,500-mile journey throughout France, and some 11,000 torch bearers are going to carry it through 65 French territories and making its way to when they obviously start the Olympics on the 26th of July. Around 6,000 law enforcement personnel were on duty to make sure that everything was okay when they brought the flame off of that 1896 ship. Apparently, they got some threats from terrorist groups. So, of course, they're
unfortunately,
keeping an eye
I'm
on
not
things.
surprised.
France has been having quite a bit of trouble recently with that one, ISIS over there, too, recently. So, they were making sure that everything goes well there. But, yep, the torch is in there, and we got, it's May 9th, so we got a couple months yet still for the July 26th kickoff for the 2024 Summer Olympics.
Very cool. So from one competition to another, we talked a little bit how Miss USA, she stepped down.
Oh, yeah.
2023, she's from Florida. Noelia, I believe Voigt stepped down. Well, now Miss Teen USA has stepped down too.
Yeah. What's going on?
So when the Miss USA 2023 stepped down, she was saying that she was struggling with her mental health and, since becoming a champion. And she had this, whole little thing that she put out on social media. So this is interesting. So Miss Teen USA has resigned, and the organization's social, what just happened? Media woman stepped down too. Sorry, here goes my article just went away. So people are like, all right, there's got to be more to this.
Yeah, sounds like
Why Miss Teen USA and now the social media manager for Miss USA and Miss Teen USA are now gone. So it's coming amid these allegations of a very toxic environment with the beauty pageant, that one specifically. But, man, people it's like eagle eyes. It's crazy what they can dissect. So they said a few eagle-eyed fans spotted a code in her statement.
Okay.
And this is something I never would have even thought to do, right? So with the first letter of each sentence that she put out, it spells out, I am silenced.
Oh, wow.
So, right? Her resignation was quickly followed.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I remember reading the statement on it because it's it's like 2 or 3 paragraphs
so
long.
if you look, the first letter of each sentence spells out, I am silenced. And then the other Miss Teen USA 17 is Uma Sophia. She also quit yesterday, saying in her own statement that her values are no longer fully aligned with the direction of the organization. And so with these sudden resignations, everybody's like, all right, what's going on? But they did add that they should and would be told they have to remember that there is an NDA. So not much has came from it, but Jimmy, I'm telling you, if you do look at it and they do break it down in the lines for each sentence, it does spell out, I am silenced.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So a lot of this has to do with the CEO of this, they're claiming, but I mean, this is all speculation, but obviously something is going down if 2 of them from the same year and their social media manager has stepped down.
Yeah, within such a short period of time. And then being able to decode something like that's in there. I wonder if there's any other messages that I'm sure they're looking for it. If somebody was able to find that one, I'm sure they've looked around the rest of it. And then did Miss Teen USA give some sort of statement or letter like that as well?
I think she did too, but yes, I think she did too, but I don't know if anything. And obviously, this is something that these women worked, and teenagers, they worked really hard to do. And they decided to do this together, but they are afraid of speaking out more at this time because of the organization. They don't want any kind of harmful effects in their future. So obviously something's a little shady going on with the Miss USA organization.
And that would be one hell of a coincidence for that to spell out like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just a wild wild coincidence
But
for
it's
that.
so crazy
for that
how
to
people
be
think
not
like
real.
But how people think like that though. Like, let me break this down. What is her message trying to say?
Or it was leaked. Maybe. I mean, you never know through social media. Maybe somebody said, hey, look into the word.
Very plausible in today's day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Very plausible.
It could happen. I mean, where you say, like, how did they figure it out? Maybe they left a clue, check into it, and then somebody's like, oh, this is what it says. Because they wanted to find out and say that. I mean, and then because it puts obviously more focus on it. And then maybe somebody might be like, okay, hey, we got to look into this. What the hell's going on here? Everybody's, stepping down to such a big honor.
And that type of message is a very easy, just a quick gesture of the old, motioning. I know we're on radio, so you can't see it, but the old zipper lip, right? So if you just motion that slightly, and that gives the clue, and somebody looks into it and sees something like that, that is just mind-boggling. I didn't pick up on that, of course, when I read it, but I wasn't looking for it.
Me either.
It's pretty crazy. It is I'm sure we'll hear more about this story. It is the Penthouse on Thursday. We'll come back with a conclusion of the show. We'll come back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I've never seen this. Has anybody seen this?
We had to watch it in gifted class.
Oh, did you?
It was
okay,
awful.
it's like something they would put on in school.
So boring. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I did
Hear that
watch
Fritz
it then.
flex right there that he took gifted class?
We had to watch this in the big penis class.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Bridge maintenance, Donald Ross Road Bridge shut down through May 23rd. This is westbound from Ellison Wilson Road to Prosperity Farms Road. Only the west side is closed. Use PGA Boulevard instead. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Mother's Day is coming up, and Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love, all for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at macy'sbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where beautiful ladies are there 7 days a week, and Friday nights is Fetish Fridays. 5-star menu and beautiful ladies, and if you like UFC, you can always catch a big fight at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And their feature tournament is coming up Memorial Day weekend, so make sure you make your plans now to see the beautiful ladies perform at the highest level. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Peace!
Hey, Florida. Want to help the over 20,000 plus children in the state's foster care system? Join All Pro Dad and the No More Foundation at Relevant Church at 6 p.m. on Sunday, May 1st for an event where you can step up to foster, adopt, or learn how you can help families who are doing the incredibly hard but rewarding work of saving young lives. Text ACTION to 97000 to help make a difference today. That's text ACTION to 97000.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where beautiful ladies are there 7 days a week, and Friday nights is Fetish Fridays. 5-star menu and beautiful ladies, and if you like UFC, you can always catch a big fight at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And their feature tournament is coming up Memorial Day weekend, so make sure you make your plans now to see the beautiful ladies perform at the highest level. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach, beautiful ladies, 7 days a week. Peace!
WTF. Yeah, you heard right. Like inflation, right? No, yeah, but Palm Beach Harley is willing to finance. Come down to Palm Beach Harley's WTF Tentative this week. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit, we can help. Palm Beach Harley has finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Palm Beach Harley has access to the largest Harley inventory in the state. Palm Beach Harley's pre-owned overstock Harley sell-off is this week, and we must finance 50 pre-owned buys by Sunday. Willing to finance tentative ends this Sunday. Palm Beach Harley is part of Florida's #1 volume Harley dealer group. On approved credit.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with 500 megabits per second internet and security for $70 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add 1 unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 500 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eagle bill and auto pay required. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second 5G internet of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Up to 3 times downloads for existing essential and standard customers.
Ace of Carts annual golf cart auction is this Saturday with a 9 a.m. public preview. With over 100 golf carts for auction with starting bids as low as just $100 and many have no reserve. Delivery and financing available. Pre-register on our website, aceofcarts.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Greek's Trifecta is on the Penthouse Monday to Friday every day, and it's always sponsored by Pep Capital. It's entertainment, it's sports, it's what's going on. Peace.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
EasyCater. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Need food for a meeting or a company event? EasyCater has everything you need to make food for work, work. With easy online ordering and reordering. Save your favorite orders, make edits as needed, and click. We even help you with expenses by keeping your receipts all in one place, which means all you need to do is sit back and enjoy the food. From ordering to reporting, EasyCater has everything to make food for work, work. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had Leaf Filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
The Nikki Glazer Podcast.
Her roast of Tom Brady stole the show. Now she's talking about it on the latest episode of the Nikki Glazer Podcast.
I said, tell Tom Brady that I'm the Tom Brady of roasting.
Lots of people roasted the GOAT, but only Nikki is still being talked about.
Every time I refresh my DMs, it's 14 blue check marks of people I didn't even know who knew me are writing like paragraphs to me.
Hear that in all episodes of the Nikki Glazer Podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Nikki Glazer Podcast to start listening.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for tuning in, as always, to Real Radio. Always appreciate you guys tuning in. 13 times a day, you get a chance to win $1,000. Come on, step up and make it happen. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hey, hey.
And it's time for our last trifecta of the day.
Nuts.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
Panthers, last night, they won, baby, 6-1. They were losing 1-0, and then they answered, bang, 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 bang. And they ended up scoring 6 goals and beating the Boston Bruins. That was them right after the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now we go back up to Boston on Saturday, and the Panthers will be taking on the Boston Bruins Game 3, and you could hear that on Real Radio. Last night in the Garden, Madison Square Garden, the Knicks won 130-121. Not happy about that result. I'm glad the Knicks won, but I didn't want them to cover. Reggie Miller was doing the broadcasting at courtside, and he was a Knick killer in the 90s, and the fans let him know they did not forget from about 30 years ago as they all yelled, blank Reggie Miller. And this was so loud you could hear it over the TV, and there wasn't anything they could do because it was going on during the game. It was pretty funny. Reggie even talked about it in the TNT announcers. They just went through it. But, again, it was just the Knick fans being Knick fans and going crazy. And the Joker from Denver won his 3rd MVP. He is unbelievable what he does every year. He's quiet, doesn't say much. The Nuggets won it all last year. They're in a bit of some problems now, taking on Minnesota down 0-2. But the Joker did win the MVP for the 3rd time. 3 out of the last 4 years, the Joker has won it. So hats off to him and what he has accomplished for the Denver Nuggets and that organization. And that is your last trifecta of the day, sponsored by Pep Capital.
Just one revision there, if we can, because we've been saying it all day. We even had Craig call up, and he tried to correct me, and he's absolutely right. Very sorry, Craig. You're absolutely right. Game 3 is tomorrow night in Boston with a 7 o'clock puck drop, and Saturday's game is Game 4 up in Boston as well. So you got Saturday game right, but that's Game 4. Game 3 is actually tomorrow night up at Boston. So that's all. But yeah, thank you very much for letting us know about that.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Again, but if you didn't hear about it and they lost, you would have missed a bad game.
Yeah, see?
We help you out.
Greeks helping you out again, people.
Trying to get you involved.
Man, I tell you what. When does the giving stop?
It doesn't stop. Why stop a train that's been on the tracks?
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo. We want everybody to get involved.
Speaking of train wrecks, we got Evan on the line. Hey, Evan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, Greek, after all these years, Bucky Dent still hears Bucky blank Dent.
In person. Yeah, I've heard people say it. Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting him. Yeah, a couple times. Very cool guy, by the way. Really nice guy. Yeah, I could see that with Bucky Dent with the Red Sox back to I think it was 79 or something like that, 78, whatever it was. Reggie Miller with the Knick fans have just gone crazy with that. And, they've been yelling it all over the place. Social media adds to it like we never had before, and they're showing it on their phones and their videos. And it's pretty great. I think it's all in good fun. Reggie Miller seemed to think it was a little bit fun last night. A couple of the Knick players even went over and said it. Hart said it one time in the fourth quarter, and it got picked up on a mic. I heard it gin clear right there. But it's Knick fans just getting on him.
Was Spike at the game?
I can't recall seeing him, but I'm sure he's at every single game. I remember sitting next to him in the 90s and against the Houston Rockets and him bitching about me and my friends because we were betting. Oh, yeah, he was. He was not happy.
He and Reggie had some stare downs, didn't they?
Oh, bad. Yeah, I was at that game. I was at that game when he scored whatever it was, 6 points. And the Pacers came back, and I went across the street. I talked about it. I sat on the stairs of the U.S. Postal Office, the biggest postal office in the world, and was sick to my stomach for about 2 hours. It was brutal.
Oh, man.
Brutal. Mason threw the ball right. I was sitting right there. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I lost my ass in that game. And I was such a Knick fan. Like, it was like a double whammy. We hated the Pacers. You just did. They were just the team you hated. They had Mark Jackson, ex-Knick, Scott, Reggie Miller, just, oh, my God. And the things that were yelled courtside were just unbelievable.
Franny had a story about Miss USA. She wrote a statement, and they took the first letter of some of the words, and it spelled out something like I'm silenced or something like that.
I am silenced, uh-huh.
Well, it reminds me of an article, of an SI article that Greek and I, we've talked about this plenty of times, but the Sid Finch story from George Plimpton,
mm-hmm.
the guy that threw 160 miles an hour.
Yep.
Well, the issue was on the 1st of April, and the heading, they took the letters of each word on the heading, and it said April Fools.
Yeah, I mean, there's always things out there that come out after it. Wasn't there something with the Beatles with Abbey Road where they said that Paul McCartney died and the license plate, if he lived? There was something about that.
If you play it backwards, the song backwards, it says Paul's dead. Remember that? All that stuff. Somebody can find something out of nothing and turn it into something.
Very true.
Yeah, I think with stuff like this, what Franny was talking about, when somebody steps down, you're definitely looking into something because that's such an honor that these girls want their whole lives and work their whole lives. So when somebody steps away, you got to be like, well, what the hell's going on? Why? And I think anybody with common sense will look at it and say, there's got to be more to the story. You could say what she said, and that might be 100% true. But there's going to be a lot of people who look at it and go, man, there's got to be a little bit more than that. And then when the other girls step down, it adds to it.
And you're talking about the roast. It's a big thing. It's everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
And I think it was the best roast I've ever seen, and I don't think they'll top it. I think you were talking about who do you think that they could roast to top this, and I really don't think I've been thinking, I don't think there's anybody that could top that roast.
A-Rod.
They could roast to top that one.
Hey, they could get A-Rod good.
But
he's not as likable.
I was going to say, I don't think as many people care about him as they do Tom Brady.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's going to be hard
I don't know.
to top Brady. There's no doubt about it. It's just that when it first came out and they built it up, it was, cool and everybody liked it. And now, as time is changing, every 12, 24 hours, the business side of it and the news is coming out that they went too far and Brady's apologizing and should the comedians apologize, and people are going to feel yes and no. And again, it was in the content of a roast. So then some people right there say, hey, it's, you know what I mean? It's all fair game.
It's a roast. That's what it is. You got to have brass ones. If you're going to be a part of a roast, you got to have brass ones and stand up to your brass ones. That's how it's got to be.
Yeah, you're right, and I agree 100%. Jimmy does, Franny does, but there is the other side that says the kids of his, with his wife and her, the kids weren't brought in, but the mom was, and it did portray Giselle to be cheap.
That's fair. I think that's fair. If kids like that, but hey, Giselle she's famous in her own way, so she should be able to take it. You know what I mean? She's out there in the public. It was just like a.
Well, wait. She's not. She's in the public eye as far as her career in modeling, but they don't do any speaking. Sure. She's not out there handling the media. She's not talking to people every day. So I think, and again, I'm not taking a side. I'm just saying what people are saying.
I mean, but you can obviously tell that she is a bit sensitive and fragile to it because a week or two ago, she got pulled over and she just starts breaking down crying because of the paparazzi following her and how she's sick of it. Mm-hmm. And then this happened. So I'm sure it did not help the situation.
No, and she also had a problem at a Super Bowl one year with a lot of Giant fans. And that was a big situation in the elevator. So there is situations. And we're all, you have the other side of it where you say, hey, we don't want the kids to feel bad. Nobody does. I don't think the comedians did, but I also think Brady should have handled it. We talked about this last week in a Penthouse. We all did. Like, wow, I wonder if they're going to go after Giselle and stuff like that. So if I thought that, I mean, he should have definitely thought that, and maybe he talked to her. But I guess he thought also if he asked her, she would have been like, hell no, I better not hear my name. Yeah. So, it's 1%er problems. They got, they'll handle it. Brady will handle it. But I said it that night. I said I wouldn't want to get that text from her that night or that phone call because it wasn't going to be good. I mean, there's no way. I mean, she wasn't going to be like, yeah, that's great. Brady would have never did this, by the way, if he was married. I don't think he was. He would ever again.
No, of course not.
Yeah, I don't think they've.
But the thing, my point with Giselle that she already had people had opinions of her, good or bad, for years.
More bad.
You know. Yeah, more bad. And I think it was at the Atlanta game or whatever Super Bowl she was
Giants.
pissed and she was cussing them all up. What was that?
The Giants one. I just spoke about it.
Oh, that was the Giants. That was the Giants game. Okay, yeah. And she was like, that. And so people really got an attitude about her, right? That very,
Well, just like
just stick it up for him.
And she was the other woman at one point, obviously.
Yeah, she doesn't know about that. Nobody really talks about that. So again, she's saying in that scenario, and I've heard interviews with her with that, like, hey, she was broken up. He was broken up with her. I never went near him when he was with Monahan. And then a month later, he found out. Now, whether or not it's true, who knows? But that's what she always says. But it's one of those situations. But I think just like people we know, when there's a divorce, what do you most of the time ask? Whose fault is it? What happened? And I think the public, because they love Brady, they blame Giselle. And they said that she was, painting outside the lines, whatever. I said earlier because of who she was messing around with, a guy that she was around with all the times. I mean, so it's just the public running with stuff. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Guy.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows except her.
That was a joke.
I heard that.
And that was a joke that Kevin Hart kept going with, too. And again, another reason why it's easier for us to say, I mean, they were jokes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And one of my favorite jokes, and I don't remember who said it, but they said that Jeff Ross looks like the patient in the game Operation.
Yeah, I did see that.
And it's true.
And then there was a follow-up joke to that was so crude. We can't say it on the radio. Yeah.
All right, guys, you going to have the zone today?
Yes, sir. We are having the Greek zone today. And the only time the Greek Zone is not on is sometimes I have an appointment. I have to do something. But the Greek Zone will be on. We'll be talking to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com, talking about the NBA playoffs, and we will be talking about the NHL and baseball. Thank you, Evan.
Thanks, Evan. By the way, I was trying to find out whether or not the roastees get paid for that. Like Tom or anybody else, whoever's being roasted.
You found something. I couldn't find anything.
I can't find anything. Now I do have a Wikipedia page here that has a lot of information about a lot of the roasts that were done in the past, especially the Comedy Central ones. And I would think if they got paid, it would be on here, and it's not on.
It's not okay.
So I'm assuming they don't get paid. But some interesting tidbits that goes right along the lines with what we've been talking about pretty much all week about this stuff with Giselle and the jokes and are they off limits. Some roasters have stated that certain topics are off limits. Pamela Anderson, for example, prohibited jokes about her hepatitis C. Joan Rivers disallowed jokes about her daughter, which there's no surprise there. William Shatner asked the death of his wife not be mentioned. Donald Trump prohibited jokes about him not being as wealthy as he claims. David Hasselhoff imposed no limits on topics at all. Charlie Sheen initially agreed to no restrictions, but later said during an interview with Jay Leno that he requested jokes about his mother be edited out of the broadcast. See, back then they used to tape them. And then
this was live.
Yeah. During Sheen's roast, Steve-O made the joke, the last time this many nobodies were at a roast, at least Great White was playing, which was a reference to the a nightclub fire that killed a bunch of people.
Oh, jeez.
Killed 1,000 people. It was removed from the broadcast on Steve-O's request. And
he's the one who said the joke?
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably got heat.
After the fact, he was like, can we take that out?
Yeah,
probably got a lot of
maybe
heat.
we should take that out. During Dennis Leary's roast, Lenny Clark, a friend of Leary's, said there was a carton of cigarettes backstage from Bill Hicks with the message, wish you'd gotten these to you sooner. The joke was also cut from the final broadcast. During Roseanne Barr's roast, Jeff Ross compared fellow roasters Seth Green to James Holmes, the mass murderer responsible for the 2012 Aurora, Colorado shooting. That joke was not in the broadcast program. During the roast of Justin Bieber, multiple jokes were made of the passing of Paul Walker, a co-star and close friend, of course, of fellow roaster Ludacris, were cut from the original broadcast. So, I mean, they've been down this road before. So, it's, I guess maybe it's not such a surprise that people after the fact, make some sort of request. And there are obviously some off limits.
So I asked
imposed.
Copilot, which is like a chat GPT that we can use for Microsoft. We have this, and I asked if if celebrities who get roasted get paid, and it gives a whole breakdown in history from the beginning and whatever. But it says, as for whether celebrities get paid for participating in roast, it varies. Some celebrities agree to be roasted purely for the fun and exposure, while others negotiate compensation.
Yeah,
They say in the case of Tom Brady's, he hasn't given an exact reason for agreeing to be the roastee, but his participation certainly adds to the allure of Netflix's venture in the celebrity roast space.
One person that I saw too speculated that it was done for charity.
Some people have said that too.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that would be nice. I mean, and if it was done for charity and there was a charity, I think they would want it to be known. Or maybe a charity that he picked, obviously, and something like that. I thought it was Netflix first thing. They pay everybody. I thought they would have paid him. But who knows? I mean, I don't know. I don't think we'll ever find out. But again, it was a great roast to a lot of people, and it's 3-4 days later, and everybody's still talking about it more than any other thing.
And again, a gazillion podcasts out there. We didn't have that back in, when they were roasting Dennis Leary and them guys back then. And you didn't have, obviously, the social media exposure that gets it out there, too, which we all know. It's like every topic, it goes out on social media and it blows up all over the place.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, like everything. Like you said, you saw it that night, and that was it. Now you put on, TikTok, Instagram, you see every joke, like every 2 seconds.
And in this case, I didn't think about that, as how many of them in the past were pre-recorded versus this one being live.
Yeah.
I didn't think that. I didn't have that in my mind.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate you guys listening every day. We hope you're entertained and you're having a good time. We are, so we hope you are. Jimmy, thanks for all your help and a very good job.
Thank you very much, Greek. Thank you very much, Francis. Great job. And thank you for listening.
Francis, good job as always. Thanks for everything you do. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, G-Man. Of course, Jimmy, for all you do, making the Penthouse so enjoyable. And thank you so much for listening. Make sure you're listening. I don't know, we'll say 7 to 10 minutes from now, because Rover's going to give you another keyword. We call it Grand in Your Hand. We need a third winner right here on Real Radio. Score yourself $1,000, so make sure you are listening. G-Man, do you have any parting words?
I hope it's a good 4 hours of the day for you guys. It's my best 4 hours, but then again, there's nothing else in my life. So for you guys, it's the best. Peace.
Social media experience that isn't totally toxic. Kind of a weird thing to brag about, but there it is. Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's awesome. It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The Grand in Your Hand on Real Radio is sponsored by Greenway Kia.
Head on over to Greenway West Palm Beach Kia right now for the largest selection of new, fuel-efficient 2024 Kias. They're overstocked and highly motivated to make you an incredible deal, because we want to see you in a West Palm Beach Kia.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Travel times on our Palm Beach expressways up to speed. No major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Donald Ross Bridge, that is shut down westbound between Ellison-Willison Road and Prosperity Farms Road. Use PGA Boulevard or Indiantown instead. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Hey, it's Franny, and are you ready to turn your used car into cash? Look no further than GimmeTheVin.com. Selling your car has never been simpler. Just fill out their free online form, and within 60 seconds, you'll receive a fair cash offer for your vehicle. At GimmeTheVin.com, they'll beat your CarMax offer or give you a check for $100. And they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So get an instant cash offer for your used car right now at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The Offspring, live in concert.
That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
The Offspring, performing their most iconic songs for one night only. Hard Rock Live, May 9th. Get tickets now at myhrl.com or Ticketmaster.com. The Offspring, live in concert. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Progressive presents Flo and JB announcing a monster truck rally.
And here comes the Obliterator.
Whoa! And he's up on two wheels. That can't be safe.
Oh, I don't recommend flipping your car backwards.
Did he even check his blind spot?
And the car's on fire.
I definitely don't recommend that.
This is one of my recurring nightmares.
Progressive is all about keeping it safe, so bundle your home and auto for 24/7 protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Coverage not provided for monster trucks. Not available in all states.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
We used to argue about whose turn it was to clean the gutters, but then I had leaf filter gutter protection installed.
Wait, I told you Leaf Filter had free inspections and estimates and a lifetime guarantee.
Meaning we never have to argue about whose turn it is to clean the gutters again.
But I visited leaffilter.com/beacon first.
No, I did.
It doesn't matter who. Visit leaffilter.com/beacon to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You
you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword grand at realradio921.com. That's grand. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek. Thank you for always tuning in to the Greek Zone on Real Radio. Always sponsored by Jason Weiser. The experience you need for the justice you deserve. 561-689-8180 is the number. If you guys want to call up, talk about the NBA, possibly talk about NHL with the Panthers, baseball, whatever you want to talk about in sports, we will take it. You can give us a call. Hello, Jimmy. How are you?
Hello, and good afternoon. I'm well. Greek, how are you?
I'm doing good. We might have Drew Martin call us in a few minutes from wagertalk.com. See what's going on with him. If he's going to be able to drop in and give us a call today, he might. If not, we will rip and roar on the NBA and look at baseball on our Hard Rock app and see what the lines are tonight. The Celtics are playing the Cleveland Cavaliers. Earlier today, I did see a line of 13.5, and I will definitely check that in a couple seconds. NBA, we got Cleveland 13.5, underdogs to Boston, over under 212. And then you got Dallas and Oklahoma City. That is tonight at 9:30. Oklahoma City -5 over Dallas and an over-under of 218. And then tomorrow night, the Knicks will be in Indiana. And here's a wild one. The Knicks win 2 games in a row and lay 5 or 6 home. But Indiana's home, and they're laying 8. Now, they might, because Bronson might not be playing with his ankle. They said they're going to look at that today. But that is your NBA lines as of today. Right now, what is going on? In Major League Baseball, we do have MLB going on today. We have Arizona and Cincinnati. And Arizona's a big favorite over Cincinnati. That game already started a couple hours ago. Seattle and Minnesota, and that game started also. You got San Fran and Colorado. That's at 3 o'clock. Houston and the Yanks at 5. And you have Cleveland and Chicago. You have St. Louis and Milwaukee tonight. Kansas City and the Angels. And that is your baseball schedule this afternoon. That is what's going on. The Joker did win the MVP for the 3rd time in the NBA. So a little surprised by that. I thought Luka might get it this year. I thought he might.
Okay.
But he didn't. Obviously, Joker got it for his 3rd time. That's unbelievable what he's achieved. And 3 times MVP is pretty big in any situation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge that he got that. But he's had a great season again. I'm not going to say he didn't. I thought possibly outside Jason Tatum, but he fell off a little at the end. But, he's just unbelievable, the Joker. I mean, there's nothing you can say. The guy's great. And he's just does what he has to do every night, in and out, doesn't say much, and plays very, very hard. He won his 3rd MVP in 4 seasons. I said that earlier on the Penthouse. He's unbelievable. Joe Embiid was up there, obviously. Luka was there, Jason Tatum, Alexander, the kid from Oklahoma City. Those are all possibilities, too. But 3 out of 4 years is unbelievable what he did. He got 79 first-place votes, 926 total. And he won by a big margin, won by a couple hundred. But Joker became the first center in 6 decades to win the MVP 4 seasons. Jabbar did it in the 70s, where he won 3 out of 4. But, again, unbelievable season he's had again. Also, in his 9th season, he played in 79 games. That's usually that's a lot of games. A lot of these guys are sitting out. He averaged 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists. I mean, there it is right there. I mean, that's almost 50 points a game he was bringing into when you count the assist of 9, which is unbelievable. And 12 rebounds. I mean, he was top 10 in each stat. He had 25 triple-doubles. So, I mean, again, fantastic year. No doubt about it. I thought Jason Tatum maybe or Luka. Alexander came in second, but great achievement for him. And we'll see what he's got in the tank because they're down 0-2, and they definitely have some problems. There's no doubt about it as they take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota Timberwolves and Oklahoma City, both young teams, and in situations where, you know what, maybe it's time for changing of the guard, and that's what it seems like a little, where we're looking at these young teams and all the other guys are home. Kevin Durant's home. LeBron is home. Jimmy Butler is home. A lot of the teams that we thought, Harden's home, George is home. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. It might be the young guys and taking on Boston from the East. I think Boston will beat Cleveland in 4 or 5. Maybe Cleveland gets a win. Knicks in Indiana still close. I'm still iffy with that series. We'll see what happens. But I think whether it's Indiana or the Knicks, Boston beats them both easily. American League, we're going to look at the standings right now. Baltimore in first place. Only Baltimore and Yanks really tied. Yankees 25-13. They're 24-12. Cleveland the best record in the Central at 24-13. In the West, Texas 22-17. They're the champs. You might have forgot that. I know everybody does. Phillies and the Braves right there in the East. Phillies though 26-12. 7-game road winning streak that got snapped yesterday. Braves have a great team. They really do. Offensively, defensively. They have good pitching, even though they lost their ace. You got Milwaukee and Chicago, and they are tied for first place. And then you got the Dodgers at 26-13, 40 games in. So, you're about, obviously, 25% of the season done already. But the Dodgers are 26-13, 6 games ahead of Arizona. One of the biggest leads, Miami and Colorado, both 16 games out. And Chicago White Sox, 15 games out. So those are teams after like 1 month you'll look at and you're like, wow, they're that many games out already? Yes, they are. So it's one of those situations. It's 40 games. Does 40 games make a season? No, but it is a nice little sample size. If you're not hitting after 40 games or pitching's not good, it's more than a slump. It's 25% of the season.
Yeah.
I think the Marlins are going to not have it's going to be tough for them this season. No doubt, where they just got out of L.A. for 3 games, and that was tough for them. They got beat all 3 games, but when you look at them, they're 10-29 and did have a winning streak of 4, thank God, because they'd be really in bad shape. But it's going to be tough for them.
What was their over-under this year? Do you remember?
70, I think 77.
Yeah, so they were pacing way under.
Yeah. Because when you look at you go month by month, you got 6 months. And this is, with a month of May, and Miami might have had 8 wins. 8 times 6 is 48. I mean, that's bad. But we'll see. I mean, they could get hot. They won 4 in a row, which was a surprise when they did that about a week and a half ago. They just don't have the good pitching. They don't have a lot of big stars or the bats. They traded Ariza, their star from last year, who won the batting title. So that's not a great thing. But we'll see. I mean, I am surprised about the Yanks start at 25-13 with Judge not hitting and also Cole not being there. And that's good news for the Yankees. It really is.
Yeah. Imagine when Judge's back gets going, because it will.
Yeah, eventually.
It's not a question of if, it's just when.
As a Yankee fan and as a fan of the business, I don't think I would have signed him for that long-term deal. He's just not going to see it. He's not going to see 10 more years.
No.
I mean, maybe 6, 7. And I think as time goes on, everything's going to go down.
But that's what he wanted. And if the Yankees didn't give it to him, somebody else would.
Of course.
Right? I mean, it's probably one of those situations that if we don't, he's going to go, so somebody will. It's not like the market wouldn't give it to him.
No, he had his best season that he could have in a contract year.
And that was, exactly.
He couldn't have wrote a better script. He he won the MVP. He had the home run record. I mean, he did it all.
Yep.
So, I mean, as Yankee fans, you look at it and you say, well, how the hell can you let him go? But, when you look at 8, 10 years, I mean, he's not going to be the same. And he's a big guy. He's 31 already. Do I think he'll be playing 39 or 40? I don't think so.
Doubt it.
He could be. I could be wrong. There's a lot of people that say he hasn't been the same since he stubbed his foot last year in Oakland. But again, it's one of those situations. Your point is well taken. They had no choice. Either we sign him or somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something that I've learned, in the and this how contracts are negotiated and what market value is out there. And one of the things is, well, if they don't, what else are they going to do? And a lot of times you bring up and we hear that you have to sign Tua for the Dolphins because what's the choice? What else choice do you have? You got to give him. You got to pay him. You got to pay him what market value is right now. And sometimes you're in that position and you just hope that it works out in the end.
I mean, that's all you can do.
Right.
I mean, and I think with the Dolphins, it's a big issue. I do believe he gets his contract before July.
Right.
Before they go back to training camp.
And I didn't mean to derail the conversation there from baseball. I apologize on that. But just to give another example of something that's been said in that same type of thing under contracts.
Yeah, the thing with the Dolphins is who you're going to go get. I mean, that's the whole thing. You're basing your team around him. You're basing your offense around him. They picked up Odell. I'm guessing he gets about $45 million a year. That's what I'm guessing.
That's what the going rate is, right?
Yeah. So I think he'll get that. Maybe low 40s, if that. He'll get a lot of guaranteed money. And I do think the contract will be done, signed, and sealed before training camp at the end of July or August. I think it will be. I think if it's not done, it'll be a bad thing for the Dolphins because all you're going to do is everybody's going to talk about it every single day. And I think if you're going to do it and get it over with and start fresh and walking to camp, and there's no conversation. There's no asking him, well, what do you think? Or people are talking to them, and it's the same question.
Distraction.
Oh, yeah.
And we've seen it happen
a million
times.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yep.
If you're going to pay the guy, just freaking pay him.
Just do it.
It was like 2 years ago with the Chiefs with Jones. They ended up paying him. He missed the first game. They lose to Detroit. Now, I know it's the Chiefs, and you're going to say they won the Super Bowl anyway. I get that, but it was a big distraction. They lost the opening game. You're paying him anyway. What the hell's the difference? You got millions of guys on your payroll. You can't get it done earlier? I find it odd, but I do think that the Dolphins definitely end up paying Tua, no doubt about it. 877-927-6969. We discussed a little the Brady saga. I don't think he's going. And then when he went after Roger Goodell and said, hey, the $20 million, I would have just gave it. Tom, if you wanted to come back, I don't think that was a great thing to say to Roger Goodell, to be honest with you. But it's one of those situations where I don't know if he's coming back. There is speculation. And Brady's the only guy who'll talk about 2 or 3 years from now. But I think he ends up in a booth. I really do. Now, I know he still has some finishing touches on his deal where he gets to buy 10% of the Raiders. And once he does that, then the owners have to prove it for him. And it's got to be 32-0. And I don't see that happening with the owners giving him approval, especially Kansas City, the Chargers, and the Denver. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things where it's going to be like, no, you had it, and that's it. And the window with him coming back, I mean, it's getting smaller and smaller. And even this year, after that, how many years are you going to be like, is Brady coming back? Is Brady coming back? He adds to it, obviously, but his comments, like he said, if teams called me, I would not answer. So that then right away people go crazy with speculation. But this week it's all about his roast and what happened with the roast. How much did Netflix pay him, or did they pay him? I don't know. I'm thinking Brady got some kind of a fee because he's Brady. He might not have, but and it would be nice. Jimmy said earlier maybe it went to a charity. Everything that would have been great because they made a lot of money on it. I mean, 16,000 people showed up, and I'm sure they were selling swag. You know what I mean? Everything like that, T-shirts, hats, all that stuff.
Yeah, well, again, it was a live event with a live audience. A couple of things that were new. And I don't mean the live audience at home. I mean a live audience there in the arena. Not something that typically has happened in the roasts from the past, especially the ones that are associated with Comedy Central. So, was there merch sold there? I wouldn't be one bit surprised if there was.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I that's my opinion. And people will buy it, just like people went.
Yeah.
I mean, people went and paid for a ticket. I mean, a lot of people got invited, obviously stars and celebrities on the arm, but there was a lot of people there, and they said they thought they could have sold out 30,000.
Yeah. I bet they could have.
Yeah.
I bet they could have. If they had a big enough arena for it, I'm sure they could have.
Yeah, I agree. Also,
by the way, if it's all right, we had somebody, Fred had requested a Greekism, if that's all right. And on our social media, I got a couple of emails, too, to get into, if you don't mind. And this one is for you, Mr. Fred.
Because every woman is different. I think there's, it's like a blade of grass. There's a bunch of different blades of grass. What?
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 There you go, Fred, as requested. Also, we got this in the email. It says, it was talking about last night's basketball game. It says, I knew last night's game was going to be full of energy and probably lots of points, so I threw a parlay together. Most of my parlay came through, but with Brunson missing the whole second quarter, that pretty much killed it. At halftime, Hard Rock threw up a bonus bet that paid plus 500 for DiVincenzo. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering his name. And
that's close.
And Halliburton to score each 10 points in the second half.
Okay.
They so the way they were playing, I almost thought this was a sure thing. Like everything, right? It's always a sure thing. DiVincenzo scored 20 points in the second half, so that was awesome. Halliburton scored 9, and I thought to myself, am I going to get screwed twice in the same game? And then with seconds ticking down to the 0 in the fourth quarter, Halliburton throws up a half-court shot, and it goes in, and I'm like, yes!
Oh, he did?
So
Wow.
it ended up winning. So his bonus bet ended up winning for him.
Oh,
So,
good for him.
Thank you so much for sending that in.
Always like to hear about bets.
Yep.
From you guys.
Yeah. And our buddy Travis sent in a meme. It's a picture of Eli Manning in his Giants uniform, and it says, "I chose to sit out of the Tom Brady roast because I didn't want to roast him a third time."
Nice. Yeah, Eli
go.
Manning had the All-Star rap, remember? He said, my name's Eli Manning.
Yeah.
And I am nice. And Tom Brady's the GOAT. And I beat him twice. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty funny, especially for Eli.
Thank you for participating in the show. Jimmy at realradio921.com is the email address. Keep them coming.
Yeah, Eli's so funny. He really is. He cracks me up. It would have been funny if his brother was there, obviously, Peyton. Mm-hmm. It would have been funny if Eli showed up and maybe when he shows up on stage, Brady just runs off. I can't take it. You beat me twice. I'm Eli Manning. I'm nice. Tom Brady's the GOAT. I beat him twice. That was a funny line. Eli's funny.
Yeah, Peyton had a couple shots.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. Obviously regarding Eli a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And I was a little surprised. I thought maybe Peyton and Eli would do something together.
Yeah, I did too.
I kind of figured like if I had to put money on it, I would have said, yeah, Peyton would have been involved. And Eli too. I would have thought he would have been there as well. But no can do there on the old Eli.
I thought when Peyton Manning was going to come out and then say, I brought a special guest that Tom doesn't want to see.
Oh,
it just shows Eli. Yeah. I think people would have been nuts.
There's all kinds of ways you could do it, but you're absolutely right. That would have been a great one, right? Yeah.
I brought somebody I know Tom loves to see.
Yeah,
and then
have his jersey come up first and the number 10 and everything, lifting up from the back. And they could have done a bunch of different things, and that would have really gotten at him.
I thought that would be funny.
Yep.
I just think so. I just think that's one of those things. Because, when you looked at in that game, both of those games, the Giants were big underdogs and the Super Bowl. And the one was a little bit worse because, Patriots are going for history to be 19-0.
Yeah, they were undefeated going up to that game. 18-0, baby.
And that game, too, people forget it. The Giants beat them, obviously. But with like a minute and something left, you know what? Brady threw the touchdown pass to Randy Moss, and the Patriots are up. So then Eli went down and scored and threw it to Plexico, and they beat him, and it ended.
Yeah.
But, everybody always thinks like the Giants had the lead. I think it was 2 minutes left or a minute something where Brady scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
And then they went down.
Yep.
Crazy.
And Eli pulled a Brady.
Oh, yeah.
Per se, right?
Oh, and there's no doubt. He got thrown around. He says many times he didn't even know where the hell he was throwing the ball to David Tyree. He just threw it. And when you hear stuff like that, the guy had his jersey. It's just so crazy. But that's why they play the games.
Yep.
That's why they do play the games. Indiana Pacers are not happy. They have 78 calls that they said the NBA got wrong, and they sent that to the office today. We'll see what happens. I don't think that anything's going to change, to be honest with you. It's not going to change. The games are over. It's a little looks like sour grapes. The coach of the Pacers said, they want the big market teams to win. I'm not buying that. Again, beat them on the court, just move on and play. And he got 2 technical fouls, which he shouldn't have gotten, and lost his composure, which is bad for the team and obviously bad for the whole situation. That's 2 more points that should have been on the board, shouldn't have been on the board. But, when you lose your emotions and you get upset, that's what ends up happening. And the coach should be one with a little bit more regard and a little bit more conscious to be like, all right, I got to stay calm for my players. But he wasn't calm and ended up getting 2 technical fouls in the second half, which did not help them at all. It is the Greek, and it is Jimmy, and it is the Greek Zone, sponsored by Jason Weiser. If you want to call us at 877-927-6969, that is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved with the show, you always can. We went over to baseball lines, NBA tonight. Dallas taking on Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, the young, talented team. We'll see. Dallas, a little bit problems. Luka's hurt. He's got a little bit of problems. So that's not going to be good for them. And also, Kyrie and them, they're not 94-foot guys. They go up and down the court. These kids do. They play fast. They play hard. They're good.
Leaning OKC in that game?
A little.
With the, laying the 5 or not so much?
No, I would lean. I want Dallas to win the series. I wanted them to, but I think Oklahoma City's too much. Right. I just think they're too fast. They come at them, constantly. The Oklahoma City plays the 10-man rotation. They're deep. They've been playing 10 guys. Like the Knicks thing is they play 6. So I was thinking last night, 6, 7 guys, they're going to get tired, But Bronson came back in the second half and spanked them. But I would lean toward Oklahoma City and Boston. I mean, I couldn't take Cleveland. I just can't. Even though they're getting 13.5.
I was going to say, that's a lot of points.
It is. But they blew them.
But they're on the road and they're in Boston.
And Boston so far has blown everybody out in the playoffs. I mean, they beat the Heat every game by 20. Mm-hmm. They lost 1, and they didn't shoot well that game. And when you don't shoot well, I don't care who it is. Like the Knicks last night, I think in the second half, shot 57%. I mean, you're not beating teams and they're shooting 60%. I mean,
and Heat were on fire that game, too.
Yeah, that one game they won, yes. Yeah, Boston didn't shoot well at all.
Right.
And the Heat shot great.
Yeah.
But the other 4 games, Boston rock and rolled and ended up winning by 20 every single game. And they beat Cleveland the other night by 20. So it's 13.5 is a lot, but it's a lot for a reason. Yeah, that's why it's there.
Exactly. And when they're beating teams by double digits, but with a 2 and not a 1, that just goes to show why they're putting 13.5. And it was the same way with the Heat too. We saw a lot of those games where there was a ton of points being given. It's like, man, the Heat should be able to hang in, right? Nope. I mean, the Celtics just had them, and typically it's the other way around where the Heat has their number.
Well, what happens with these big spreads is you're playing 4 quarters. And it might not be a blowout throughout the game, but each quarter the favorite may outscore you by 4 or 5. That's not a lot, but when you add it up, it's 20.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You look at that score and you see, well, 34-30 first quarter Celtics. The next one, 38-33. You say, well, they're staying close, but they're still up by 7, 8.5.
And you talk about like the spread there is 13.5, and you can do that in a 2-minute run.
Oh yeah,
you can put up 13 on your opponent. Just the total spread for the entire game you can do in a quick run like that. It's amazing how quick it can turn like that.
Well, when the teams are going up and down the court last night in Indiana in the second quarter, first quarter, the Knicks were up 24-13. They were down by 11, and within 2 minutes and like 40 seconds, the game was tied. Pacers hit a 3-pointer. Knicks missed a shot. They hit another 3-pointer. Knicks took it out but made a violation. They hit a 2 and 1. It was like we watched it
9
in 2
points,
minutes.
just like that.
Yeah, and in a matter of 30 seconds.
Yep.
So when they're going up and down and they're rocking and rolling, it could change really quickly. But in the second half, the Knicks answered. Bronson came back out like Willis Reed years ago, played the second half. Now they're waiting for an examination today on his foot to see if he does play. The Pacers are 8 already tomorrow night. I'm going to lean toward maybe they're hearing rumors that he's not playing, and that's why it went that high. But we'll see. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to find out what is going on with that game tomorrow night. Tonight, you do have the Dallas Mavericks taking on Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City laying 5. It is the Greek and Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. We'll get into some more NBA and NFL in a few minutes. Peace.
Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I said we're getting dumber and dumber. Here's the headline from a legitimate news site. Man divides the internet with how he cut his sandwich.
How did he cut it?
They're writing an article about this. Well, Dieter,
Aren't you interested?
Would you like to see a picture?
Ooh. It's almost it's almost a Y shape.
Ooh.
I've never seen.
You're interested.
I am.
This is my big news to you.
This is my kind of topic. We could play around with this. Try the 2-cut technique, Rover, the 3-cut, the 1-cut, diagonal, square. We could do this all day. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are sunny as we move through our Thursday, and it's a hot day out there. Temperatures in the 90s across the area today. This is above average and close to some of the record highs. We're going to stay dry as we head into the evening, likely getting even hotter for your Friday, towards the mid to upper 90s across the area. Could see a shower returning Saturday.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle